Hello, very good evening. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series, where it is finals night here in week 3. And the story of the week really has been all about North America. Jake McMillan winning Group A, and then Leonard Gates last night hitting perfection. And Jim McEwen's defence of the MODUS Super Series title has come to a shuddering halt. Very dramatic, isn't it? And it is going to be a dramatic night here at the Super Series. And it wouldn't be a Saturday night at the Super Series. We didn't have a little visit with Scotty Dog Mitchell. Scott, great to have you back here. And it's been quite the interesting week here at the Series. It always is, though, isn't it? Yeah, it does seem to be. I mean, having taken part last week, there's more emphasis on it for me and more understanding as a pundit as such for this week. So, yeah, it's been an interesting week. We've just seen lots of big shot-outs, lots of big capabilities, and some of those guys are here tonight. Well, the big story of the week came last night. Leonard Gates hitting a 9-dart finish late on in the session. He's made his way through to tonight in perfect style.
$180.
Maximum number 2 for Leonard Gates.
85.
Come on, Leonard, give us a 9. Give it to us.
180.
Perfection from Leonard Gates so far.
$60. Leonard, you require 141.
Treble 19. Leaves double 12. It is a
on the
dream
third
leg for
Leonard
the American Leonard Gates with the 9-darter to break the Martin Thomas throw. And that is exactly why he is the star attraction in Group B.
Yeah, the star of the show really did light up proceedings at the Super Series. And really, the story of the week has been all about North America. We're going to talk about Jake McMillan in just a second, but it seems that the players that we're getting over from that part of the world, and it's got to be full credence and credit to the CDC, they're not just competing, they're doing special things. They really are. They're taking the moment and taking the chance. This is a big thing for the guys over there. They're all watching it over there, and they're seeing it happen from here. And they all want to get up here on the big stage, here in the live lounge. It's the most sensational place to play darts. It's purpose-built for playing darts. And they're coming over and loving the whole way that it works here. Most certainly so. So let's have a look at the story of the week. And we begin with another North American participant, Jake McMillan, fresh off of facing MVG at the MSG. Nearly messed that up. He won Group A by 4 points from James Richardson, but that's not really the whole tale of the tape, because sometimes in Group A we get one-away winners, don't we, Scott? But this was a type of group where everybody was in it right until the very death, and it was just Jake that was able to hold his nerve when it came to the big moments. Yeah, he did. He held his nerve on the big moments, but what I was impressed with him most over the 3 days, he kind of held his consistency. He put himself there and thereabouts and said, do you know what? If you want me, you've got to come and beat me. He didn't kind of play the opponent. He did his own thing. And that was really impressive to come over with, you know, there's a lot of guys with experience in that Group A. And to come through that, looking the experienced player, well, good for him, you know. Sometimes when you come into it as a debutant, can you sometimes, because you don't know what it's like, maybe you don't have some scar tissue, can it help? But also maybe in Jake's case, he's come into this with experience of what tournaments are like out in North America, where you're playing a lot of round robins, you're playing a lot of events where you're playing a lot of games in a day. And maybe when it came to the crunch, that was also an advantage for him. You know, it's a very good point, and I think it's a valid one. You know, the way that they play those round robin systems out there could be an advantage here. It's not something that we kind of do so much in Europe. We tend to play one game, and if you lose it, you go on home and you come back the next day. So, yeah, that could be an advantage. But whatever it is, he made it work for him. There's no two ways about it. And you, as a player, you have to take control of the situation, and he definitely did that with Group A. And he even got to enjoy 2 days sightseeing in Portsmouth. So I don't know what he did for 2 days. Anyway, let's have a look at Group B because the players are then divvied up into respective groups. And Group B was dominated by Leonard Gates. Chaz Barca got out the gates quickly, winning 4 out of 4. But Leonard yesterday completed the card, lost just 1 game throughout the course of the group. We'll talk about the 9 data again in a second. But the actual levels of play, when he got going this week, he really got going.
Yeah, he did. And again, was it taking time to settle? Was it he's been here before? Is it because he knew what to expect and maybe was trying too hard in the first couple of days? I'm not sure, but whatever it was, he managed to get on top of it, sort it out totally, and then, like you say, dominate Group B.
Right, any excuse to show 9 data, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
Right, here we go. This is the 9 data. We'll talk you through the leg. 1-1 against Martin Thomas this game was, and this was also a big game for Martin Thomas as well. Leonard Gates kicks off with a maximum here. And everything that he's done this year, he's won 3 World Seniors televised titles. This is his second 9 data on the TV. The more that we see Leonard Gates, the more we talk about Leonard Gates, the more we get impressed by him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a situation. He kind of loved playing on the big stage and stuff. So he's taken every opportunity he can get, whether it's with the World Seniors or here. And like we said earlier, he's taken a little bit of time to settle, but he's now found his feet. He knows, he's been here before. He knows that the Monday to Friday is kind of the little bit of the floor show. It is now business head on, and you have to perform tonight. Because if you have 1 game off, you're going home.
This is all right. Double 12, 1-4-1. Thank you very much. Celebration into the camera. Leonard Gates with the 9 data there. Well, Chaz Barstow, he was the other mainstay in the group. He won 4 from 4 on night 1. Did get over the line in the end yesterday. And look, we know how good Chaz Barstow is. I know you play a lot with him at local level. Where would you say that his game is at the tournaments that you've seen him play in and around this area?
Well, Chaz has been up and down all year, but he's now coming to the right time of year to be good. You know, all the stuff's going to happen. Q School just after Christmas. He's gearing himself for the right time. So the fact that he went 4 out of 4 probably surprised himself a little bit on Thursday. And he's probably thought, well, I'm through. And that's probably what made him hesitant and limped over the line a little bit, really, if we're honest, aren't we? He limped over the line. But he's over the line. Now that's all gone. Those thoughts are gone. It's finals night. Turn up, play 4 great games. It could all be yours.
Could win that £5,000. Martin Thomas is also in the race, but he didn't even know he qualified for tomorrow night's final when he beat James Richardson in a must-win match. Thomas there beating Richardson by 4 legs to 2. And he came up to the balcony last night and he just had absolutely no idea. And he was just a relieved man more than anything.
I'd love to say I don't know what that feels like, but that actually happened to me the week before. So, yeah, I know exactly what that feels like. You know, he's relieved, but that makes him a dangerous man now tonight because he absolutely has nothing to lose. Was he supposed to be here? He's not sure, but he is here now. He can relax and play his game. He's got nothing to lose.
And he's done that one thing that everybody wants to do, and that is just to walk away from an interview with Henry Deacon.
Yeah, we've all wanted to do that, Henry, and the temptation can be sooner than you think.
Yeah, definitely one of the funny moments here at the Super Series. Right, you stay there. Right, let's have a look at the Group C proceedings, shall we? Johan Engström wins it from Darren Johnson in second place. And you got to feel for poor Brett Claydon. He won his first 4 matches. He was 3-0 up on Darren Johnson on Wednesday. He could have, perhaps should have completed the card. He could have, perhaps should have gone through. And he just missed out right at the very end. And they are heartbreaking ones, aren't they, Scott?
Yeah, they are. They are tough games to take. He's such a great player. We didn't expect that from him. A little bit similar to James Richardson going so well in Group A and then like falling away at the end of the week. That we weren't expecting that either. It happens. It starts. He'll learn from that. Brett will. He'll learn from it. And he'll want to come back and he'll want to go one better.
Johan Engström was the victor in the group, and especially on Friday, he really went up the levels. He completed the card. He pulled out some big finishes at big times, and he's the type of player, when you look at a Saturday night, could be really lethal.
Absolutely. I've known Johan for a long, long time. He's got vast experience. He may be new face to some people that are watching this evening, but to us, he's not. He's been around an awful long time, Swedish national team and all that sort of thing, seen him at World Cups. He has what it takes to do this tonight. It's whether he has between his ears the bits that's going to allow him to do it.
Well, talking about ton plus finishes, Darren Johnson was the king of them yesterday. He had 5 all told. It helped him en route to qualifying for tonight's finals. And his timing yesterday in particular was on point, and that's something Darren's very good at.
Yeah, again, another experienced campaigner. If you're a Yorkshireman, you've got to be able to play darts up there. It's a hotbed of darts, and he's been around a long time. So that says that he's got longevity, and that says to me that he has everything that he needs to maybe walk off with this one tonight.
May well be the point. Right, so that is the story of the week, and that is how we've got to where we've got to now. So let's show you who is into the final and how the groups broke down in the end. So Jake McMillan won Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. He's going to be joined by the top 3 players in Group B, Leonard Gates, Chaz Barstow, Martin Thomas, and then from Group C, Johan Engström and Darren Johnson. So from 6, we split into 2 groups of 3 and we put them right down the middle. So each player will play 2 matches in the pool stages. The top 2 players will progress through to the semi-finals, where it will be a straight knockout from there for the £5,000 top prize. So those are the groups. These are the fixtures, and we'll have a look at this and dissect it just a little bit more, Scott, because I mean, you were in action last week and you played quite late on in proceedings. How important is it to, on a Saturday night, get off to a quick, fast start?
It's important. It's really important to win your first game. But it can mess with your mind because you then start thinking about the second game. How many legs do you need? You've just got to eradicate all those things with dart players. Put your foot to the hockey. Look at what you're throwing at. Throw at what you're looking at. Do not think about the situation. Go and win the game that's in front of you. That's the only advice I can give. And I think with Jake, where he's had that time off, he's had a couple of days off. He won Group A. Does that make him the favourite in his mind is the question. So he'll be playing first game up. If he has got any doubts, it'll be that first leg. And maybe that's when we'll look out and we'll know in commentary whether he's up for it or not.
With Leonard Gates now, often when we speak about players that done something like a 9-dart, we'll talk about, well, have they had that come down? But he's such an experienced player now in this environment that, if anything, he'll be on a crest of a wave, won't he, this evening?
Of course he will, because he's gone on an ascendancy, hasn't he, since the start of the week. So, and he's in that back room. He looks a pretty chilled character tonight, and he's looking forward to all this. Now, like you say, he's been here and done it and enjoyed it. And he's just going to enjoy it again because Leonard doesn't know any other way to do it. So whether he wins or loses, he's going to enjoy it.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookies make of tonight's proceedings. These are the bookmakers' odds. Leonard Gates, perhaps not a surprise, goes off the 13-5 favourite. But when you consider the way Jake McMillan played on a consistent scale in Group A, is that 7-2 potentially too big on him?
Possibly, but tonight is not about consistency. Tonight's about winning games. If you can grind them out with a 71 and win tonight, great, because that's how it is. If you can go and blow people away with 110, great, that's even better. But I think, yeah, that's kind of fair, I think. I think Chaz had a good end of week as well, and I can see why the betting's gone that way.
And just quickly as well, going on about tonight in general, you look at the players involved, you've got a little bit of local interest with Chaz Barstow, but also the international mix. You've got that Nordic region, Sweden, which has been well represented here at the Super Series in recent times. And then you've got North America, like we spoke about at the top of the show. This is everything that the MODUS Super Series is about in the modern age, about the international representation of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing it now week on week as these players are getting established and as their tournaments to qualify here are being established through the ADC. So I can only see that being more and more of an international flavour as the time goes on and as we go into 2024.
Well, it'll be an interesting night to say the least. And we're going to get the action underway now. And we are going to see Jake McMillan in action. He takes on Darren Johnson in our first game of the evening session. It's England up against Canada. And earlier on this evening, Dan McCarthy caught up with both players.
Darren, you're here on the Saturday evening, finals night at the MODUS Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the challenge ahead of you?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've not been playing really well, but I'm practicing okay, so we'll see how it goes tonight.
It was a nervy end for you yesterday, basically having to wait for Brett Claydon's result to come in. Just how tense was it watching that game?
Yeah, well, I just watched it and whatever happens, happens. But I thought I was out, so now I'm back in and it's game on again.
How much can you take from the fact that, as you mentioned, you've not necessarily been playing your best stuff, but you've still managed to get through?
You just got to take what you can from it and just take every game as it comes, and I'm ready for tonight and I'm going to practice well. I'm starting my practice now, so yeah, let's see.
How ideal a preparation would it be if you won this tonight ahead of your appearance at Lakeside next week?
If I won this tonight, that would be, you can't go in. I'm practicing for Lakeside. That's all I'm thinking about at the minute. If I won it tonight, I'd just go into there on cloud 9, I think.
And just finally, how much support have you got coming from Yorkshire this evening?
I've got a load of support online, but I've got one guy that I met in Germany from the British Army. He lives on the Isle of Wight, and Isle of Wight. He lives on the Isle of Wight. He's come over tonight just to watch me, especially. So I'm going to do this tonight for the British Army.
Good stuff, Darren. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Jake, top of Group A. You're here on this Saturday evening. How much are you looking forward to the challenge?
Really looking forward to it. Actually, a little disappointed I didn't get to play the last couple of days. I was just itching to get back, and it's finally here, so I'm happy.
How pleased have you been with your performances, considering as well that you were in a pretty tough Group A lineup?
Yeah, to top that group of Group A, very happy with how I played. Know I can improve here and there, but I did it, so I'm pleased.
What was it about your performances that pleased you the most?
Probably the checkouts. Very consistent on that. The 180 hitting was very good as well. So if I can bring that tonight, I shouldn't have any problems.
What have you been up to in the last 2 days then? Have you been practicing non-stop, or have you just been giving yourself a bit of a break?
Just a break. Resting the arm, which has felt good. Going practice today. No pain, nothing. Did what was left of sightseeing of Portsmouth. So a little bit of shopping too, so it was good.
And just on tonight, how much you're looking forward to it, and what would it mean to win here at the MODUS Super Series, and how many friends and family will you have watching you?
I have tons of support from home. The friends and family have been great, sending me messages, all rooting for me. This would mean, this is great. This would be a fantastic experience to make Champions Week. Hopefully I do. I would really, really enjoy it.
Thanks very much, Jake.
Of course.
Game 1 of our evening session sees Jake McMillan in action up against Darren Johnson. And it's going to be a group stage where a lot of people are going to have to get acquainted with each other for the first time, as only half of the Group A field made it through to Saturday night's final. And talking about getting themselves well acquainted for the first time, it's a very good evening to Scott Mitchell and Dan McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, the culmination of a week's worth of darting action here in the live lounge. 12 arrived, 6 remain standing. One of them will take home £5,000 jackpot. This man has had a near perfect week in Portsmouth. Jake McMillan sailing through Group A with 11 wins and 4 defeats. Darren Johnson had things a little bit trickier in Group C, only just squeaking through by virtue
it's
of a
Jake
missed
to throw
dart at
first.
tops from
Game
Brett
on.
Claydon. But the slate has been wiped clean now. McMillan has enjoyed his week in Portsmouth. And speaking of people who
180.
enjoy Portsmouth, a week after playing on the stage, Scott Mitchell has put the arrows down and picked the mic up. Good evening, Scott.
Yeah, cheers, Dan. Yeah, I don't know whether I enjoy Portsmouth. I keep coming here and messing up in the final, but I get to finals night, which is always a pleasure. And like I said earlier, it makes it easier to chat about finals night because you know exactly what's going through your mind up there in those moments.
42.
And yeah, these are big moments in the first game. Always hard to come out and be the first game in any tournament, anywhere. And particularly for Jake, where he's sort of won
60.
through first and maybe seen himself as a little bit of the favourite. And you mustn't do that. You've got to get your head down and get on with it, which we can quite clearly see he is.
140.
Yeah, he certainly is already down to a finish after 9 darts. Probably safe to say that McMillan may have surprised himself with how he played in Group A,
95.
considering some of the
Jake, you require
competition, the likes of
139.
the champion of champions, Jim McEwen, Leonard Gates, who seen so much of already this week with that magical
84.
9-darter, James Richardson, vast experience. Johan Engstrom also here this evening, but it was McMillan who topped the lot. And Darren Johnson is his first task, a player who
60.
will be playing at Lakeside start of next month. A player very highly ranked in the senior system at the moment. Could be about to go 1-0 down.
35.
Miller misses, but this has been a very strong and assertive start from him.
Yeah, sure, it really has. But Darren, I don't think will worry too much. You can see these are his relaxed starts now.
108.
He thinks the game is gone. So he's now dropped down his
Jake
guard. He's done all the try and
20.
bit, and his arm is tight, and put big pressure on Jake to take this double 10, and that's wayward.
That could be awkward. No dart player likes double 7, and Jake McMillan needs to try and find a route of attack. Goes
13.
a long way inside, and
Darren,
all of
you
a sudden,
require 51.
that maximum from Johnson puts him in the box seat. 11 for tops.
Game shot on
Darren
the first
Johnson
leg.
breaks the
Darren
throw.
Johnson.
First leg of the match. How quickly 6 darts can change things, Scott.
Yeah, very
Second
much so.
leg,
The
it's
format
Darren
is
to
also
throw
short,
first. Game on.
and you cannot allow yourself a leg off here to try and consolidate, to try and make head and tail of what you've just done, particularly if you've made a mistake. And the way that McMillan's
38.
got to get back into this is to now keep the pressure on the Johnson throw, because a breaker throw is only as good as if you hold your
58.
own throw in the next leg. So he's got to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Darren Johnson looking to dispel the bookies' odds before play started tonight. The 7-1 outsider. Looking to prove the bookies very much wrong.
60.
Millen hoping to get the break back. He is a player who has had some big stage experience. That was with the PDC, North American Masters in
96.
New York City. He actually played Michael Van Gerwen on the stage, took a couple of legs off him. He averaged 75 in defeat. Certainly
96.
someone. Career looks to be burgeoning.
Yeah, very much so. And I think back to, I think I was about 37 or 38 before I made my first
100.
TV appearance. So he's a young man at 31. Is Jake McMillan, and he doesn't have to worry too much. You're better to be
58.
learning on the job right now
Darren, you
than
require 87.
wanting everything to be fast and furious.
Need to go 20 and bullseye. Checks the score.
32.
Well, if you're going to make a mistake like that, do it when McMillan's on 229.
Well, basically, that's what McMillan did earlier, and Darren Johnson hit a 180 against him
59.
and got himself back in the
Darren,
leg.
you
So
require 55.
McMillan's left a 170. It's 55 for Johnson, 15 for tops, which he hit first dart last time. He said he's practicing for
Shot on the
Lakeside,
second
and that
leg,
goes to
Darren
show.
Johnson.
It's all about that outer ring and finishing off nice and clean and quickly, because that builds your confidence for leg
Third
after leg
it's Jake
after
to
leg.
throw first. Game on.
Well, personally, it's not the start I expected, particularly watching Jake McMillan's first 9 darts. He threw them
140.
with real purpose, kicking things off with a 180, but it is Johnson got the 2-0 lead. And I think a phrase that we often use at the MODUS Super Series is
140.
margin of error. There's virtually none in the group stages, even less on a Saturday evening.
Yeah, agreed, Dan.
96.
Saturday evening is. Although we saw last weekend, Andy Bolton sort of lost his first game. Lost one of his games last
60.
weekend and got through and still won. So you're not all over. It's all about what's happened in that group between the three of you, and legs different. So
43.
Yeah, a 4-3 defeat you can kind of recover from. It's very, very difficult if it's a big scoreline, but that's what Darren Johnson is threatening right now.
95.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, Andy Bolton was. I was his first game last week. Andy didn't panic because he didn't have the darts, even though I beat him
32.
4-3. He didn't panic. He didn't have the darts, and then went and stonking one, and that was it. He wasn't beaten for the rest of the evening. So maybe I did him a favour. Maybe he should give me half the prize money. Maybe. I'm sure we'll have a word about it when I next see him.
Yeah, and I think Andy's
60.
answer will be quite short.
And yeah, it won't be a long conversation, I'm sure, for that.
140.
Yep, it's a simple
Darren, you
format,
require
2 group games
146.
apiece. Top 2 get through to the semi-finals, and Each of the 6 players will get a go
58.
at throwing first.
Jake, you require 50.
Yeah, for Jake's game here, he really has got to finish this nice and clean and quickly and not overthink. That's high, wide and handsome.
34.
That one was a better thrown dart, but it's
Darren,
not
you
in. And
require
Johnson on 88 at 2-0 up. Would you bet against him? The answer is yes, I would. Now I've seen that big 5.
Well, you've lost
Shot
your
on the
money there,
third leg,
Scott.
Darren Johnson.
Round of applause from the
Fourth
attending
leg, it's Darren
fans
to throw
here.
first.
Portsmouth this
Game
evening.
on.
Might not be a massive crowd, but what it is the opportunity to play in front of fans, and that can change the mindset a little bit as well.
Yeah, indeed it can. Now Johnson's
140.
absolutely fine at 3-0 up. Now Jake McMillan here will be thinking, how am I 3-0 down? How am I 3-0 down?
50.
I could have been 2-1 here. Not should, could have been 2-1 up here. And we would be seeing a very different Darren Johnson throw, because he's now right in front and he's got his pom-pom and you just can't see him giving this leg up.
Well, it's been a very, very strong performance in all
60.
departments from Darren Johnson. 3 from 4 on the doubles and 3 180s as well. You know, an all-round display from the Yorkshireman, who's county stalwart for many
23.
years now. Still going strong on the WDF circuit, still going strong on the senior circuit as well.
60.
Jake McMillan,
Darren,
this
you
is a
require
big learning
158.
experience, but so disappointed with the way this game has panned out because of how strong he started and because he'd effectively come here as the man to beat. If you look at
45.
the results this week, no one's won more games than Jake McMillan. Looks like going to taste defeat our first match.
58. Darren, you
Like I
require
say,
113.
Lovely plaudits for Darren Johnson, but on top of all that, he's a really nice fella. Better than anything, he's a really nice fella. So
53.
sure his family and friends are watching, and they know that. I think I know what I'm talking about. He's a good lad.
Yeah, he is
128.
someone who's
Darren, you require
got support.
60.
He's doing it for one of his friends who's part of the British Army. He said he's doing it for them. Could he give them a 4-0 whitewash
Shot
win?
on the
Yes, he
match,
could.
Darren
And what a
Johnson.
start that is for Darren Johnson, beating Jake McMillan, the Group A winner, by 4 legs to 0. It is a dream start for Johnson. He's looking to take home MODUS Super Series Saturday prize of £5,000. A very good display, both in terms of the scoring and the finishing as well. If you hit 2 out of 3 of your darts at the outer ring, you're in for a very, very good chance of winning. So, Jake McMillan tastes defeat. He's got to come back stronger. Coming up after the break, we have got yesterday's 9-dart hero, the star attraction of the evening, Leonard Gates. He takes on Martin Thomas.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the first game has yielded a big victory for Darren Johnson, 4-0. He gets the better of the Canadian ace, Jake McMillan, in the first game of the evening session. So DJ now is to within a leg of qualification already through to the semi-finals. Right, next up for us is Leonard Gates in action against Martin Thomas. In this fixture last night, we saw a 9-darter from the American, Martin Thomas, who didn't even know he was going to be here after he qualified last night. We caught up with both players early on this evening, and the good news is Martin Thomas didn't walk off.
Martin Thomas back at finals night for another crack on this Saturday evening. How much are you looking forward to the challenge?
I am looking forward to it. Relaxed now after last night and really looking forward to it.
You mentioned to Henry on the balcony that you had no idea that you were in contention for a place for Saturday night. Do you think that helped you ultimately get the job done?
I think so, because it might be that added pressure if I thought about it, but I generally thought I was out, so I think it did me a bonus, to be honest, so yeah, I'm happy.
And how much of a help can your previous experience here on Saturday night help you this evening?
Just go out there and enjoy it and give my best, and that's all I'm going to do. That's all I always do, so I'm playing well and feel a bit more relaxed tonight, so yeah.
You're perhaps going under the radar a little bit compared to some of the players we've got here, the likes of Leonard Gates and Charles Barstow. Is that going to help you going forward?
Well, I'm the underdog, so there's no pressure on me. The pressure's on them. So, yeah, well, it's first to four and it's Russian roulette. So, yeah, I can't wait to get stuck in.
And how much support have you got here tonight?
Yeah, I'm on my own. No, got to travel a long way, so no. I got to support my mates in there, and that's all I need. I got to support from back home, so happy days.
Perfect. Good luck tonight, Martin.
Thank you very much.
Leonard Gates, the 9-dart hero of the MODUS Super Series this week. How much are you looking forward to finals night?
I'm looking very forward to it because it's a good night. It's a cold night. It's time to heat things up in the building tonight, you know.
We have to talk about that 9-darter. It was definitely the moment of the week. You obviously looked like you really enjoyed it. Just how much did it mean to you to hit the perfect leg?
It meant a lot to hit a perfect leg on live TV. That way I could tell everybody, hey, I hit one. And it was like, no, you didn't. Yeah, I did. It's on TV. So, I mean, it just a lot of other factors, man. The 9-dart was great, and the win also.
Have you seen all the reaction to it on social media, and have you had messages from friends and family?
Oh yeah. Everybody's giving me congratulations and awesome darts, powerful darts, just all the memes that I could possibly read, man, they were there, you know. Much love and support, you know.
Looking ahead to the challenge tonight, you've got a really good field ahead of you. How confident are you of victory?
Pretty confident right now. I'm in a practice room practicing. Once that feeling kicks in more strong than it is now, it's gonna be some powerful darts thrown tonight, you know.
And we've seen you conquer the senior stage, the PDC stage, the WDF stage. Just how much do you want to conquer the MODUS stage and then get a perfect quartet?
Oh, definitely. I was close one time. Owen Bates got me. I got second, runner-up, but to be back and to get the opportunity to try to do it again in finals night. Got to get through the first one, got to get through the semifinals, and got to get to the end. I'm looking forward to it.
Best of luck, Leonard. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series then. Our star man, Leonard Gates, about to take to the stage for the first time on Saturday night. And if his clash with Martin Thomas is as dramatic as the one from last night, then we are in for an absolute treat. There is no question about that. Leonard Gates has played him twice this week, yielded 2 victories. Soldier from Houston, Texas, someone who is used to winning games of darts, and that is a great thing to have coming into a competition like this. Martin Thomas has been a Challenge Tour winner in the past, but Very
First
much a
leg, it's
second
Leonard to throw
favourite
first.
coming into this game.
Game
Leonard
on.
has got the advantage of throwing. I'm really intrigued to see what he can produce this evening on the back of the heroics last night.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you do
100.
a special moment in your darting life, like Leonard did with the 9-darter against Martin, there's always going to be a bond between them now for the rest of their lives. And of
100.
course, Leonard will love playing Martin now that he's done a 9-darter against him. So he'll be having good feelings about wanting to play Martin. And yeah.
Yeah, I suppose as a dart player, if you achieve something special against one player, you almost want to be drawn against them because it's like a good omen.
Yeah, but it can go the other way. If you
60.
beat somebody 8 or 9 times on the trot, you then start convincing yourself that eventually they're going to get you. And sometimes you convince yourself that that moment is then. Yeah, I think dart players, could be guilty of that. And I think we've all been guilty of that at some point in our careers, I think.
100.
A pretty good start from Gates so far. Not only seeing him hit the 9-darter, we've seen some fabulous averages. Did manage to get one
41.
of 111 earlier in the week in his Group A campaign. He is a player who, when he is purely on his A game, can score numbers
60.
from the gods.
Leonard, you require 135.
You can. Tomo's a really dogged character and a really good player also. And as he said, he will see this. He's the underdog in this one. And he's against the darts as well. So he's going to have
45.
to break Gates if he is going to get past him.
Yeah, Leonard opting to start the 135 on the bullseye, even though Thomas wasn't on a finish. But Leonard Gates is a player
90.
who doesn't do things by the book. We will see at least 1 or 2 miscounts. I'm pretty confident of that throughout the course of this evening. I've seen already a missed dart at the big number. Not really excuse for
40.
players to do that.
Martin, you require 41.
And Leonard Gates is throwing 18 darts. Usually he gets 2 legs in that time.
Just imagine, eh? Double 19 needed for Martin Thomas. And he's made a mess of that.
22.
Leonard Gates has been let
Leonard,
off.
you require 50.
He has. Big turning point, big chance, and Tomo will know that. And this is what he does so clinically and so well. Finish legs off.
42. Martin, you require
Not on that
19.
occasion, though.
Is that a touch of nerves? Are we seeing Leonard Gates get nervous?
Game shot on the first
Well, they'll be
leg.
feeling more
Martin
nervous
Thomas.
now because it may have been a 21 darter, but it was a break of throw. Martin Thomas takes the lead.
Second leg, it's Martin
No
to
one has
throw
held
first.
their throw in the early stages of the
on.
action this evening. Jake McMillan dumped 4-0 by Darren Johnson. The 2 outsiders in this 6-player field are really starting to make their mark, playing like they've got no pressure on their shoulders.
58.
Yeah, but the problem is then when you win a leg and you get in front and you're on your own throw against a player like Leonard, your arm can go tight, and then all of a sudden all the freedom you've had when you've been throwing in that leg against the darts and not having a worry in the world, you then start to believe that you can win the game, and that changes your attitude
100.
immediately.
Has been a runner-up on the stage before, Leonard Gates, and just looking to go one better.
95.
Martin Thomas also had experience of a Saturday evening. Lost out to
96.
eventual winner Justin Hood a series ago.
$100.
There's an example of Leonard's lack of mastery of the numbers, and we can make jokes about it, but it does come from his soft tip background where the board essentially does all the work for you.
Yeah. Admittedly, I remember saying that to a fellow American player once, and they
100.
said,
Martin,
"Nah, you just can't count." so yeah. So Thomas again then for a 2-0 double top. last effort at that went in double one.
27.
Well, the
you
MO
require
for MT
106.
will tend to be tops. He's just above the wire on that occasion. Loads of options here. Gates is going to go for tops himself.
Game shot on the second
Gates
leg.
gets
Leonard
tops,
Gates.
gets back level, and it is an excellent response from the soldier.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Third
And now he's
leg,
back
it's
on
Leonard to
throw at
throw
1-1.
first. Game on.
I remember famously back in the PDC days of Phil Taylor, somebody, I think it might have been Shane Burgess, said, yeah, Phil
100.
gives you a chance. You know, 141, 164. And Leonard is starting to become a little bit like that. If you get one dart and a
55.
double, there's a bit of a liberty, it seems, this week, and particularly the tail end of the week. And when he's going for those 106s to save himself, he just doesn't seem to think or bat an eyelid. There's no
62.
thought process in it. It's just, oh, I need one of these, I need one of those, and I need one of these. And that's just the simplest way to think about taking a shot out with 3 darts.
85.
We've been making the point in comms all week that Leonard Gates is a fantastic darts player when he doesn't have to think.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah, I'll go with that.
137.
But I think he's more than that. I think that under pressure, he is very, very good. Those pressure doubles, he is
36.
very, very good.
Yeah, the doubling was very good from Leonard Gates throughout the course of the week.
100.
Not just the scoring power that he brings. Sometimes because he struggles with the numbers, he's got to take a step back. He glances across to the
135.
scoreboard quite a
Leonard, you
lot. And
require
there's just the cogs
102.
turning in his mind. That can take him out his rhythm, which is great when darts is such a rhythmic sport. But he knows where he's going here.
Shot on the
He's going
third
straight
leg,
at
Leonard
tops,
Gates.
right in the middle of it. Leonard Gates is beginning to put his foot down. A couple of Tom Plus checkouts already.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw
Yeah,
first.
and right where you would
Game
think
on.
that he's under a massive amount of pressure because he's just lost his own throw with the first leg of the match. This is what
100.
he does. This is just when you think, right, I've got you. He steps up and takes another gear, and this is what's been the impressive
60.
thing for me with him. And all the time I've been watching him, sort of most of the year in varying sort of World Seniors events, he just, you know, we watched him do it against
42.
Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor had him right under, and he just popped up and did his own thing and kept things life very simple
100.
and got the job done.
He's a fine player, Leonard Gates, and Martin Thomas
85.
is discovering to his disadvantage. He's not really been close in either of the last 2 legs.
140. $140.
Better visit from Thomas there.
81. Martin, you require 130.
Good last start from Gates. Gives him a much more favourable finish than Thomas's 134, which isn't going to go.
94.
However, he does leave his favourite
Leonard, you
tops.
require 120.
Leonard Gates has nailed tops twice already.
Is this going to be 3 ton plus shot outs in a row? That's a perfect dart for him to sit onto.
60.
Not quite
Martin,
at
you
all,
require
but it
40.
looked perfect from here.
Double 10. Double 5.
35.
He's chasing in vain
Leonard,
around
you
the board.
require 60.
That's because Leonard's got him under that much pressure. He knows that Leonard's will hit doubles when he gets there.
Game shot on the fourth
And
flag.
that's exactly
Leonard
what he's
Gates.
done.
Yep, just like that from Leonard Gates. 3-1 to the good, and now
Fifth leg, it's Leonard to
got
throw
the darts
first.
to go
Game
on
on.
and win this match. Would be 2 comfortable wins from 2 matches. Aaron Johnson and Leonard Gates, if the job is completed here. Leonard Gates
180.
racing now. Not going to tempt fate, but you know what he's on currently.
180.
As is Tomo. We're just having a little chat about double stats there. Leonard is 3 from 6 in this match. And Tomo's
100.
1 from 8. If he had been a little more accurate, wouldn't be such a big gap.
140.
Oh, wouldn't that have been cute if he'd have done that? Another 180. That would have been cute. We'll have a bit of a back at you, Leonard.
85.
What a story that would have been, but unfortunately, 9 darter isn't on. But this is what Thomas can produce. Really good scoring power here.
105.
Good use of
Leonard
the
to
bullseye.
reply, 136.
Give him at least 1 dart. That's a double, which is more than Gates is going to get in this leg.
80.
Covered the
Martin
visit
to
nicely
reply,
with that big treble
76.
19. So Thomas will be hoping to get 1 dart.
Tops for Thomas.
Game shot on the 5th
Gets
leg.
it.
Martin Thomas.
And there is a reason why he goes 16s when he's on a score like 76, because the darts lie so flat in the board.
6th leg. It's Martin
60's
to throw
a
first.
good shot for Thomas.
Game on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a way that I go sometimes as well. Do the 16 bit first. Of course, you can still leave yourself 2 darts at a
85.
double, going that route. Double 14, and so, like you say, if Thomas's darts lay flat, then he's probably his preference would be, if he's going to get 2 darts or something, it would be a double up the side.
Couple of 180s apiece.
135.
And a Gates hovering around the 94 mark at the moment. That's where we've seen him plenty of occasions this week.
100. 100.
Ton not enough to leave a finish.
$100.
Gates takes a chunk out of it. Leave 1-2-1.
97. Leonard, you require 121.
Oh, where's our Leonard going now? He's going up first. Right way to go
57.
for Gates
Martin, you
there.
require 84.
Thomas on 84.
Martino treble. Leaves double 11.
62.
Martin Thomas wide of the mark. I'm
Leonard,
very
you require
surprised that in the
64.
previous shot he didn't go for the bull with the third dart, because he did that in the last leg and it would have led to an easier checkout. But now Leonard Gates has a couple of match
shot
darts.
and the match,
He only
Leonard
needs one.
Gates.
And Leonard Gates' evening has got off to a good start. No repeat of the 9 darter against Martin Thomas, but nevertheless, it was a good performance against the Welshman. Those kinds of numbers are going to be hard to beat for any player in this MODUS Super Series Saturday night. An average of just under 93 and 57% on the checkouts. Perhaps more importantly, Gates is off and running. He is a 4-2 victor against Martin Thomas. And coming up after the break, we'll get another chance to see Darren Johnson, who could seal his place in the semi-finals. He plays the local man, Chaz Barstow.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw the bookmakers' favourite to go on and win the night, Leonard Gates, get out the tracks flying, getting the better of Martin Thomas by 4 legs to 2. As far as the tail of the tape of that match is concerned, it was a very good start for Leonard Gates. An average just under 93, 2-ton plus checkouts in there, 4 out of 7 when he came to the finishing all told. We gave him the real big build-up, and boy, did he duly deliver. And now he is doing a few legs now of qualification through to the semi-finals. Next up for us, it is Darren Johnson action. Now, he got the better of Jake McMillan by 4 legs to 0. Now, that means a solitary leg will be enough for him to make his way through to the semi-finals after 10 o'clock. He takes on the Prince, Chaz Barstow, who is looking to make a first victory under this particular roof, having been prolific back in Southampton. And earlier on this evening, Dan McCarthy caught up with Chaz to get his thoughts ahead of tonight's final.
Chaz Barstow, Saturday night at the MODUS Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the night ahead?
Always looked forward to finals nights. Yeah, let's see how it goes. I'm playing well, so confident.
You've thrown some really good arrows this week. The scoring phase in particular has been very good. How confident are you that you can continue that this evening?
Yeah, my scoring's always good. If I can tighten some of the doubles up, I'm very confident, yeah.
You're a real veteran of this stage. You've been here numerous times. Just how much would it mean to you to complete the job and pick up the winner's check tonight?
It'd mean a lot. I haven't done it in Portsmouth yet. I won a few times in Southampton, so to sort of get the monkey off my back in Portsmouth would be good. It'd be great.
You are the local representative. Just how much would it mean to you to get the job done in front of, I'm guessing there's going to be support for you in the crowd?
Yeah, I've got a few mates coming tonight, so yeah, I'm sure we'll have a few beers afterwards if I get the job done.
And you've got 5 really good players ahead of you. How confident are you that you can beat them, even though it's a really good field of players?
Yeah, it's a great field of players. It's going to be tough tonight. I don't expect to sort of, well, if I win games, it's not going to be easy, and vice versa, you know. So I'm confident I can get there, but we'll see how it goes tonight.
Good stuff. Thanks very much,
Thank you
Jazz.
very much.
Cheers.
It's Barstow v Johnson. It's game 3 of the night. And in the commentary box to describe the action, it's Scott Mitchell and Dan McCarthy.
Thank you, Henry. First glimpse we're going to get of Chaz Barstow this evening. Man who was so successful in Southampton. He's looking to complete his domination of the South Coast, but he's got to get past this man, Darren Johnson, who, in fairness, has probably done about 80% of the work already. A 4-0 triumph against Jake McMillan. He only needs 1 leg to book his place in the semi-final stage. But Barstow will be a tough nut to crack. He's probably been the best scorer we've seen this week. Sometimes he's let himself down on the outer ring, but he's a player who's hit a ton plus average already. 104 against Martin Thomas on Thursday evening. Barstow is a player who does have that real big stage experience, someone who's graced the Ali Pali stage before.
Yeah, absolutely. He's, you know, done UK Opens, I think, and things like that as well. It's just... he is a class player, and I think most that have known Chaz for the last couple of years, I'd probably say, without being rude, he's not quite achieved the caliber of play that he has. It's gone wanting in
45.
moments, and he's a player that I'm a big fan of, and we just, like I say, when he's feeling confident, he's a different player, and that's all it is. That between the top players on any one day, it's feeling confident in every throw and every moment of a game. And once Chaz starts to master that, because there's no doubt in his ability, that the game is just there to take on the very best in the world.
Yeah, he had a big breakthrough year in 2021 where he didn't have a tour card, but because of his exploits on the Challenge Tour, he was able to play in virtually all of the Pro Tours that year, and he accumulated enough ranking money to get to Ali Pali, which is absolutely no mean feat when you don't have the tour privileges. He's not quite built upon that since then, and his performances in Portsmouth, at least, showcase that exactly. He's yet to pick up winner's check here, but a player who is certainly more than capable.
77. Chaz, you require
Yeah,
116.
sometimes that expectation can stop you as well, your own expectation. I'll go for treble 19 here. It's tops for
Game shot on the
Bairstow,
first
and
leg.
nothing wrong with
Chaz
that on the
Bairstow.
outer ring on that occasion. One dial of the double, one hit.
Second leg, it's Chaz to throw first.
Yeah, this
Game
might
on.
feel like a bit of an away fixture for Darren Johnson because Barstow, as he mentioned, the pre-match interview said that he's got a few mates here
135.
that getting on the ails if he picks up the winner's check this evening.
100.
He does throw darts seemingly
80.
really effortlessly. There's very little movement in the body. It doesn't look like there's any stress or strain. And if you've got a throw like that, it could tee you up for success.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, it should. I know Glenn and I were in here a
48.
couple of weeks ago, and we were sort of analysing a couple of throws on the night, and he said to me, he said, you know, look at the top players in the world. Would I ever coach any of those to throw like they do? And the answer is
55.
no. So there's no real right or wrong way, but you know, there's obviously longevity in a certain throw through injury or what have you. And
70.
yeah, Chaz is just it's like he comes in, sits in his armchair, and another one who's just a lovely, lovely person anyway off the board. So
57.
Yep, it's all about what works for you. That's how you grip it, what equipment you use, the pace you play at. Got to do
95.
what feels comfortable in your hands. And Chaz Barstow is feeling pretty comfortable right now because Darren Johnson not threatening the Barstow throw too
134.
much. He leaves his favourite tops as well.
we're in a situation here where we knew that
44.
Darren Johnson only
Chaz,
needs
you
a leg to
require
go
40.
through. Is that what Darren
Shot on
Johnson
the
is
second
thinking?
leg. Chaz
It could
Barstow.
well be. This is what I said at the top of the show. Sometimes you can win that first game. It's important to win it, but
Third
then
leg, it's
it's
Darren
really
to throw
important
first.
not to overthink the
Game on.
situation you've now just put yourself in. And if you know you need one leg, it can. Your arm will go wobbly. Your knee just starts to shake.
40.
And it does affect you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, if Johnson doesn't end up going through, it would be the ultimate case of snatching defeat from the jaws of
92.
victory because he put himself in such a great position. Chaz Barstow has got fans in the crowd. He's got a big fan in the practice room as well, and that's Jake McMillan. I'm sure his eyes will
40.
be glued to this, hoping that Barstow does to Johnson what Johnson did to Captain Canada.
80.
That's unfortunate. That's 60 points on the floor. That second dart looks a bit loose.
140.
Yeah, and that changed the way he threw the third dart as well. He just like poked it up there, didn't he? Trying not to hit it. And unfortunately didn't hit another 180. He's had I think 3 of those
83.
tonight already.
$59.
This is where you don't want to be overthinking, Darren.
$108.
First maximum of the evening, and the Barstow fan club raised their 180 cards.
140. Chaz, you require 66.
Good reply from Johnson there. Got to go, double nine. There's no two ways
48.
about it.
Darren, you
Johnson
require
sat on 82.
That leaves 68, so it has to be 18 and bull, or treble and double 7.
And that's a good miss as well. Really, in that situation, I think he should have gone treble 14 and hit the 2 big singles, which is what he's done.
Shot on the
Get
third
himself
leg.
a dart at the
Darren
bullseye.
Johnson.
Risky to go the ball in that situation.
And what that does do is ensure
Fourth leg,
Darren
it's Chaz
Johnson
to throw
has a
first.
place in the semi-finals, and it's a fine way to do it as well on the bullseye, and particularly after the first start was a little bit wayward. Fantastic
81.
adjustment.
And now we've got the fascinating thing of how much is that going to affect Darren Johnson? Is that now going to make him relax? And we're going to see the game that he played against Jake McMillan earlier.
45.
With the 3 180s and the free-flowing scoring.
$60.
Yeah, it was very respectful as well from Barstow to offer the fist bump. I think that was probably more knowing that that's because Johnson
68.
qualified rather than the actual shot itself. Just a congratulatory fist bump.
Yeah, it would indicate that they knew what was going on maybe in the players' room, but
140.
Chaz has now got to go and do his job and win the game. So that he then in turn maybe only needs a leg or two in the next
83.
game against Jake McMillan.
$78.
He's doing a good job of it. And Johnson
46.
can't leave a finish.
Chaz, you require 142.
Another one of those. For tops. Nearly a piece of brilliance from
122.
Barstow.
$83.
Should have
Chaz, you
looked at the
require
ball with the last
20.
dart, but maybe it indicates that Johnson feels this leg has gone beyond him.
Game shot on the fourth
Barstow
leg.
makes it
Chaz
3-1.
Barstow.
Indeed, and
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Barstow will want to keep him at that as well. Legs that Darren Johnson gets means the less he has to do in the next game.
100.
Chaz Barstow.
Barstow hoping for as
57.
big a win as possible to put maximum pressure then on Jake McMillan. It'll feel like a real kick in the gut that McMillan has played 3 solid days of darts,
140.
15 games in total, and comes here on Saturday night. Within 2 games, he's out of the competition. It's a cutthroat business, the MODUS Super Series.
57.
It really is, and yeah, it's an absolute mind mess for a dart player. It's a situation that we don't usually find ourselves in.
29.
Worrying about
Check
tables,
39.
worrying about this, worrying about that, and then you start to convince yourself, well, I can lose this one and I'll be okay, or you know, I won't be a mile away, and it's just yeah, it can play you
100.
up, play you up mentally.
$174.
Not bad. Eras makes no difference to a maximum.
55.
Oh,
Darren, you
Johnson
require
looking for a
48.
14 dart leg. Tops.
$28.
Oh, we're out for Barstow here. Having a little think about it. Another 20 and a bullseye or a 25 would be ideal.
47.
Happened.
Darren, you
So
require 20.
Johnson back for the 20. Caught the flight there. Goes across, aiming for the bottom of the
No
bed.
score.
Didn't quite happen this time. Barstow will be looking for at least some sort of treble here to apply pressure, but not treble 7.
98. Darren, you require 20. No score.
Does Darren
Chaz, you
Johnson think
require
he needs 2
87.
legs? That's the question there. That was a bit nervy, weren't they?
Unless he's just feeling so relaxed that he almost not bothered about winning a second leg.
51.
Well, we're going
Darren, you
into an
require
8th visit.
20.
Come on, DJ, I heard from the crowd.
$18. Chaz, you require 36.
well, for an unconvincing way to win his first match of the night. Wow, that's a long way inside.
27.
Double knife can't bail him out.
Darren, you require
What's going on here,
2.
Scott?
Nobody wants it. Nobody wants it. What's going on here?
No score.
Well, I promise you this is the
Chaz, you
MODUS Super
require
Series
9.
and not the Dog and Duck Open. Even Chaz Barstow saw the funny side of that. I don't think Darren Johnson did. Double 2.
Game shot.
Chaz
And the match.
Barstow
Chaz Barstow
wins the match with a 27 darter. And I am going to promise you right now, we won't see anything of the like for the rest of the evening. The bad leg is now out of the system. The important thing from that match, despite averaging only 71, Darren Johnson goes through to the semi-finals by virtue of winning just one leg against Chaz Barstow. He seals a 4-1 win, and now the real pressure in Group 1 is on Jake McMillan. Barstow beats Johnson 4-1, and coming up after the break, we're going to see for the first time this evening, the sweet ferret Johan Engstrom, who takes on Martin Thomas, defeated after his first match.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Darren Johnson got the leg that he needed to go through to the semi-finals, but was beaten by Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 1, which means he is also now in a very good position, and Jake McMillan is precariously looking over his shoulder as far as progression is concerned. He's going to have to beat Chaz Barstow, and he's going to have to beat him by a scoreline. We'll digress from Group 1, and we're going to head into the middle match now of Group 2, because Martin Thomas is in a win-to-stay-in scenario. He was beaten by 4 legs to 2 against Leonard Gates, who's in a nice scenario when he plays Johan Engstrom a little bit later on, that he only needs 3 legs to go through. But back to tonight's proceedings in Group 2 and to Johan Engstrom, who won Group C, and he completed the card yesterday in order to do that. The Sweet Fair is hoping for a sweet, sweet victory here on the South Coast. And early on this evening, he caught up with Dan McCarthy.
Johan Engstrom, Saturday night at the MODUS Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the night ahead?
Really, really much. I'm here to only play my best darts, and I'm looking for this for the whole morning or whole week.
You've played some really good darts this week. How pleased have you been with your performances?
So far, so it's been okay. I do know I can do much better, and hopefully it's today is the day.
Do you think you've saved your best darts for tonight?
Hopefully.
And how much support have you got from friends and family, particularly back home in Sweden?
100% support, all the time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Johan Engstrom, part of the ADC European qualifying route here at the Super Series, and those routes are definitely opening up. If you're a player across the European region that wants to chance your arm and possibly play here on the big stage at the MODUS Super Series, then head over to ADC Europe's website, which is dartcircuiteurope.com, or vice versa, amateurdarts_EU on Twitter/X. And the same could be said as well for players in the United Kingdom as well. It's at Dart Circuit on Twitter, and you may get your opportunity to play here on this beautiful stage here at the Live Lounge. But next up for us, it is Martin Thomas up against Johan Engstrom.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, it is open to all if you are playing on the amateur circuit, whether you are in the UK or Europe. It could be you. Great thing about the MODUS Super Series, it is the accessibility, and it's allowed Johan Engstrom to get to the stage this evening, playing Martin Thomas, who lost his first match against Leonard Gates by 4 legs to 2. So it makes the scenario pretty straightforward for him. Win to stay in. Either take advantage of that, focus his mind, could wilt under the pressure. We will wait and see what happens. But Martin Thomas has shown over the past few nights that he is a fine player. So has this man. Johan Engstrom actually went into Group C on Friday, 3rd in the table, but Brett Claydon and Darren Johnson faltered, and Johan Engstrom had his strongest day by far. He has proven himself to be a very solid operator.
Game on.
Another player who's certainly got a chance of winning this evening.
Yeah, very much so. We're going to have a game that could have a bit of tense, nervous headache about it this evening. It could be this one, I believe. Because Martin obviously having to win. Johan really needs to win. Put himself through.
100.
Yeah, I think much of the focus will be on Martin Thomas to see how he reacts from that defeat against Leonard Gates. And, you know, when you are in this position, Scott, because you've been here on Saturday night when you've been beaten, do you like the fact that you don't have to wait too long to come back out and try and right those wrongs, or
60.
would you rather have a longer break?
No, I was quite happy to right the wrongs as quickly as I could. And, you know, last week for me, it was playing Andy Bolton after I'd lost, and he'd already defeated me 3 times that week, and it was convincing myself that he wasn't going to get me for the 4th time. So, yeah, it was one of those games,
Martin,
but it was a tough game for whoever's thrown second, because you haven't had a game already as well, which is what Johan has.
96.
Yeah, Johan Engstrom slightly fresher, but then you could flip that around and say Martin Thomas has got a little bit of match practice in him this evening, and that's probably reflected in the early darts that we've seen from Engstrom.
Martin, you require 74.
Thomas on 74. 14, and that leaves the flat out there. Clear access to tops, but it just grazes the top wire.
Nothing to fear just yet. Engstrom right back on 200, but again, we saw it earlier with a relaxed throw from Darren Johnson. It's Jake,
140.
you throw your
Martin
normal
required
throw there,
40.
and now Thomas has got to take this out.
Game shot on the first leg, Martin Thomas.
And he obliges Martin Thomas, a 17-darter, to kick this game off. Game where he does have the advantage
Second leg, it's Johan
the
to
throw.
throw first. Game
Oh.
on.
win would do him the power of good. A 4-1 win would get him into semi-finals.
100.
Yeah, that leg could have so easily gone south on him. Had he not
140.
hit that double. Engstrom was right there waiting to pounce. Can that disappoint your opponent? Of course it does. What the game is all about, exerting pressure on each other
131.
so you can handle it at the right times.
121.
The MO on 270 is just to stay straight. Johan Engstrom is going above and beyond.
108.
First maximum of the match belongs to the Swede.
108.
London Buses.
Yeah.
Johan, you
The
required
second 180
90.
of the match belongs to Tomo.
$35.
Well, you've got to stay
Martin
straight on
requires
217.
60.
You've got to do the same on 90. Not
Game
this
shot on the
time.
second leg,
Martin Thomas gets leg number 2. It's been great performance in the early
Third leg,
stage as
it's
a
Martin to
17
throw
darter,
first.
followed by an 11.
Game on.
Yeah, in his last game, he was 2 from 10, Thomas, on the doubles. Maybe that's what caused him a few problems with Gates, because
134.
Gates in that game was a 4 from 7. But at the time, it wasn't that he was being outplayed, it was he was being out doubled, and now the guys have got the gloves off and they're really going for it.
$36.
Spoke in previous matches about the uniqueness of certain players' throws, and these two have got unique styles as well. There's a very pronounced lean forward on the release of the Engstrom darts.
140.
I mean, it works. It's another 140. And with Martin Thomas, speed at which he pulls it back and really
98.
thrusts it forward very quickly indeed.
Yeah, totally different sort of dart he's throwing, sort of short, stubby, very direct, without a big flight on it.
45. $92.
Elbow in place and just get rid of it in a hurry as Martin Thomas. His throw's built on hand speed, the way his hand goes through the air. Johan Engstrom probably doesn't, his hand doesn't fly as quickly through the air.
44. Martin, you require 141.
Still very effective, otherwise he wouldn't be here at the Super Series on a Saturday night.
101.
Blew away from the treble
Johan, you require
19.
132.
Johan Engstrom will be looking at the bullseye twice. Now for treble 19.
52.
Campaign shot and
Martin, you
not be
require
found.
40.
Martin Thomas on top. It's usually a deadly combination.
Game shot on
double
the
10
third
rescues
leg.
him.
Martin Thomas.
The logic suggests that if you're good on tops, you should be good on double 10 as well. And Martin
Fourth
Thomas
leg,
is
it's
now
Johan to
3-0
throw
up.
first.
Wins
Game
the next
on.
leg. He goes through to the semi-finals.
This is where it can be difficult coming in cold. You know you need to win
42.
legs. You know legs deficit is going to come into account somewhere. Most weeks we sit here, we've seen
85.
3 players on 2 in the group, and it's all gone on leg count back.
$83.
Good recovery there from Engstrom, hitting the treble.
140.
Put a little pressure on Thomas, but at 3-0 up, he's not thinking pressure now. He's thinking, I need to find another gear. Let's keep the hammer down. Keep my foot on his throat. I need to win this.
140. $134.
Martin Thomas going like a train right now. His highest average over the past few nights has been 95. Absolutely walloping that right now. Just look, 103.5. Engstrom's not playing badly. He could come away from this game without a leg. Not on this occasion.
89 left for Thomas. He should go downstairs to the 57 to leave 32. And he's nailed it.
110. Johan, you require 102.
And no way out. But
26.
Engstrom, it's now all about Martin Thomas.
Game shot.
Martin Thomas
Under that,
is through
Martin
to
Thomas.
the semi-finals. A 4-0 thumping, a brilliant recovery from a 4-2 defeat against Leonard Gates. Johan Engstrom probably doesn't know what has hit him. A fantastic performance from the Welshman. Look at that, 4 on average. He has laid down a real statement there. And Johan Engstrom might have to pray for a miracle now. 103.66 from Martin Thomas. 4 from 7 on the doubles, 57%. Thomas with a brilliant performance. We are heading back to Group 1 for our next game of the evening. Chaz Barstow plays Jake McMillan in a shootout for the semi-finals.
Yeah, you can see Luke Littler in your picture there. He's going to be playing in the World Youth Final tomorrow against Jan van Veen. We'll be talking about that in just a second. But before we do that, we're going to get the assessment of the evening so far with Scott Mitchell with me up here on the balcony. There's a sea shanty going on behind us. And here in Pompey, we've had a pool worth of entertainment.
Yeah, we have. It's been a great start. First 4 matches have been amazingly good. When it's come to the doubles, Martin Thomas has been a little bit unlucky in his first game playing Leonard Gates with the darts. He only went down 4-2, and then in that last match there went 4-0 and really showed what he's about.
And because of that result, Martin Thomas is into the semi-finals because he finishes with a positive legs difference and a victory under his belt. This is a man that last night didn't think he was going to be here this evening. Is he playing the ultimate free rolling card?
I think so. He's playing with freedom, that looks for sure. But he did mention it in his interview, didn't he? He kind of felt that he shouldn't have been here and he wasn't quite going to be here. And when you've got that, there is an element of freedom. It's lovely to have it. And all of a sudden, being the underdog can be an easy place to play in this game.
Yeah, he made it through last night against James Richardson. Did not have a clue that he was going through. This is a lovely moment, this is. He gets tops, he thinks he's out. And I suppose it's one of those moments where it's a bit like the Andrew Gilding Glendowen thing, isn't it? Where you want to hug, but you don't actually want to hug.
Yeah. Leave me alone. Get away from me. And Martin openly admitted that he didn't know at that time that was going to be the difference. And maybe had he known, then maybe he'd not have been here tonight. It would have been maybe somebody else. But look, that's the cards he's made for himself. That's the cards he's been dealt. So now you've got to come here and deal with it. And I think he's dealing with it pretty amicably, to be honest.
Meanwhile, in Group 1, Darren Johnson is through, but it was a tale of the tape of 2 completely contrasting games, it has to be said.
Yeah, Darren seemed to play like he knew he just needed one leg, wasn't it? And when you play for just that one leg, the longer it goes on and your opponent probably knows you're playing for that one leg, that's the other thing, is the fact that he knows you're playing for one leg, so he can then relax in the other manner. So look, darts gets so complicated when you come to this group type of thing. It's not something that we're used to doing. We're used to being in a knockout. Go on, mate, you're home because you've just lost. And this is totally different format. And it does confuse some of us. Some of us that aren't so savvy at the thinking, I'd just like to get on with it and try and win the game. And I think if we all did that, it would make life easier. But then as a pundit, I wouldn't have nothing to talk about.
As you'd say, just another game of darts.
Correct.
Right, elsewhere, Group 1, Jake McMillan he's in a world of trouble. He played so well in Group A, but now he's in a predicament where he's got to win by a big margin to get into the semis.
I think winning Group A is far more difficult mentally than people give credit for. You get a couple of days off. We've seen Andy Bolton do it here, and he enjoyed his couple of days off by the seaside and what have you. But I think for Jake being here first time, probably surprised himself a little bit going into it. And now he's had a couple of days off thinking, well, yeah, I qualified first, so maybe I'm the favourite. Maybe he's made the favourite himself in his own head. And, that can come crashing down within a couple of legs here at the Super Series.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. We're just going to park from the action very quickly because we mentioned at the top of the link, obviously, we're going to see our 2-time champion, Luke Littler, in action tomorrow in the World Youth Championship final. He's going to take on another young gun who really took this tournament by storm in 2022 in Jan van Veen, who's really kicked on in the PDC Pro Tour. And actually, I think now we're getting to this point of the Super Series project. We're getting to see players and move on, go and get their tour cards, and also make an imprint. And Jan's been a great advocate of that this year.
Yeah, he's been absolutely superb, hasn't he? I think he takes our breath away every time we watch him. He looks like a player that's been on that board and those big stages for absolutely years. And, he's wise way beyond his age, that's for sure. And
as for Luke Littler himself, because of the experience he's got here winning on that stage, will he go on to the stage tomorrow night at Minehead, and he's going to be the outsider in that game, knowing what that environment's like, knowing what the TV stage is like, it's just going to be on a bigger scale?
Do you know what? I don't think it'll faze him. I just think that he will be happy to go in as the underdog. How many times has Luke Littler been the underdog in the last 6 or 8 months? He just hasn't had that. I think he's one of those players that doesn't really mind. I think he just plays darts because he really likes playing darts, and he likes playing darts because he's really, really good at it. So I don't think it'll faze him at all. I mean, obviously, in any game, there's going to be nerves. You're going to be nervous, and if any dart player says he's not nervous, then I think they're telling you a little porky pie. But it's all going to go on those first few legs tomorrow, I think, for them. They are so vitally important that you can't get the other one get away.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see. That's tomorrow night. Let's go downstairs and also have a chat with Dan McCarthy. I want to just quickly talk about the North American angle here at the Super Series, because it's probably been the story that we've been talking about all week long. Jake McMillan, I know he's playing up next. He won Group A. Leonard Gates hitting a 9-darter last night. As far as the CDC and the work they're doing is concerned, are we seeing that really come to fruition here at the Super Series over the last few days?
Yeah, I think we are. Jake McMillan has done a really good job this week, barring the first game. It was a disappointing 4-0 loss against Darren Johnson, but the CDC is certainly showing its worth. It is starting to produce a load of really good North American players. I mean, you look at Leonard Gates and McMillan this week. Next week, coming to the Super Series, we've got Danny Larby, who is going to become a fan's favourite because of his playing style, because he is absolutely rapid. And then you've got Jacob Taylor as well, who came very close to winning a night here. So North America, I think, could become a real hotbed of darts in the future.
And as far as this competition is concerned, Jacob Taylor, Champions Week finalist. When you look at the winners we've had in this competition, he's kind of been the trailblazer, hasn't he? He's the one who's got that Champions Week berth and came so close to lifting this title.
Yeah, he certainly did. He was denied by a generational talent in Luke Littler, so it's certainly no disgrace to lose to him. And Jake McMillan is looking to follow in the footsteps. Unfortunately, he's got an awful lot of work to do against Chaz Barstow.
Indeed he has. Dan, thank you very much for now. Scott, we'll see you in a few seconds' time as well. But our next game on stage is Chaz Barstow against Jake McMillan. And we got them to have we had a little bit of a go of the Bullseye Challenge this week and see who got where on the leaderboard.
Hi, I'm Chaz Barstow, and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
Bullseye Challenge then for Chaz Barstow, the man who once took a set of MVG at the World Championship, hoping to prove why he was formerly PDC Ali Pali player, and already straight in on the red bit.
2.
Consistency so far, not many of the darts landing outside the bullseye segment. And don't you just love it when players are literally running to go and get the darts? He's good at this, you know. Chaz Barstow's points haul could be pretty impressive indeed. Oh, he's getting a bit wayward now, but
1.
Been a pretty good points haul for him so far. Still got time left. There's 1. Can he make it 3?
3.
Well, that'll do for the moment. When he get time for 1 more throw. Soon as Jack says time's up, time's up.
4. And that's time.
Brilliant points total there from Chaz Barstow.
Chaz Barstow scores 18.
I am Jake McMillan. This is my Bullseye Challenge.
So welcome everybody. This is Jake McMillan from Canada, previously known as Adam Smith-Neil from the United Kingdom. Celine Dion.
Avril Lavigne.
Michael J. Fox.
Ryan Reynolds.
Seth Rogen.
1.
Brett the Hitman Hart.
Joshua Jackson.
Jim Carrey.
Jason Priestley.
Drake.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
3.
David Foster.
Who? Oh, sorry, keep going. Alicia Cuthbert.
Tommy Chong.
1.
Very Canadian. Tom Green.
I was going to go Tom Green. Tom Green as well.
Your boys just took one hell of a beating.
2.
Well, John Part.
Oh, we've still got more time to go.
That didn't work.
3.
Caroline. Rhea.
They're not going to ask us to come back.
Oh, we need another one. Phil. Hartland.
No score.
Newfoundland.
And that's time. Jake McMillan scores 10.
I have to work with them. Anyway, next up for us is our 5th game of the evening. Chaz Barstow up against Jake McMillan. It's all on the line in terms of qualification, and down in the commentary box, it's Scott Mitchell and Dan McCarthy.
Yeah, if you want a list of Canadian famous people Forget Wikipedia, you've got the MODUS Super Series. The dulcet tones of Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar. Big test now of Jake McMillan's resolve coming into this game. And it is a pretty simple task on paper, a very difficult one in execution, because Jake McMillan, after being whitewashed himself by Darren Johnson, has to win this one by 4-0. There is quite literally zero margin for error. As Barstow comes into this on the back of a victory against Darren Johnson, a 4-1 success. The last leg was a bit of a farce. It was won in 27 darts, but a 27 dart leg is just as worthy as a 9 dart leg. It means just as much numerically.
Yeah, it certainly does. And now we've already seen this situation tonight where we're going to see what Chaz is going to be like here. He only needs a leg now to go through. And we were seeing that with Darren Johnson earlier, and it kind of affected him a little bit. Sure that
first leg,
Chaz
it's
will want
Chaz
to get
throw
this done
first.
and out the way
Game
as
on.
quickly as possible.
It's a mountainous task for McMillan. What he did prove on
93.
Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday that he is a good player. He is someone who can pick up results.
123.
That's a pretty good start to the task at hand. As Barstow, though, looks relaxed. He's always struck me as the
58.
sort of player who, regardless of the situation, will not get flustered. He refuses to buckle under pressure.
100.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, he comes in with a bit of form. He's feeling confident. That's the biggest thing for a dart
60.
player. It's, you can have all the numbers and the stats right in front of you, and sometimes you can look at them and go, is that really me? And that's a sign that you're not that confident that you're doing what you're doing. And that can also stop yourself as well. But Chaz is in a good place at the moment. You can see that he's trying to put every dart in. When they go under, a little fraction under those trebles, they're not quite throwing them hard enough, or they're holding on to them fraction too long, trying to make sure.
96.
And sometimes when they dip below the target, it can be a sign that there's a bit of tension in the arm. You're not releasing them
59.
early enough.
Jake, you require 86.
Well, you're just over trying a little bit, and that's 2 singles, I believe. So it's bullseye left.
56.
I think he
Chaz,
was
you
going
require
double-double.
138.
I think he was going for double 18, double 16. We'll never know. Barstow's not going to take out 138. Double 15 and get tricky.
$42. Jake, you require 30.
Not a double you'd be wanted to try and hit for your first leg of the evening. And he totally agrees with
No
me.
score. Chaz, you require
And that
96.
has also gone wrong for Jake McMillan tonight.
Double 18. Double 9.
87.
More problems on the outer
Jake, you
ring for
require
Chaz Barstow.
30.
He's already missed
Shot
that
on the
combination.
first leg, Jake McMillan.
And this time Jake McMillan does the right thing, goes straight at it and goes straight in. But he was rather fortunate to get back, I feel,
Second
there,
leg,
Dan.
it's Jake to throw first. Game on.
If you'd have been in the same situation, would you have split?
No, I'm one of the old school
40.
silly people that go, no, if I've left double 15, I got myself in the mire. I am confident enough to get myself out of it. And of course, if I miss that
90.
15 on the inside, then I'll split it anyway by having a chance to win the leg. So that's what makes common sense to me at my slender age.
59.
I love it. I love the stubbornness.
It's total stubbornnness, actually, yeah. I probably wouldn't do it if they were on like 230 or whatever,
83.
230, 250. But yeah, I definitely, when it's in that situation, I would just go guns a blazing at it and believe in yourself.
52. 85. $180.
Gonna say it. Are we seeing 350 in 6 darts?
119. Jake, you require 170.
No, because when we went on betting last time, I messed it up, didn't I?
Game shot
You
on the
need to
second
stop
leg.
betting,
Jake
Scott.
McMillan.
350 in 6 darts. That is absolutely sensational from Jake McMillan. He
Third
is
leg,
2
it's
legs
just to
away
throw
from
first.
potentially getting
Game
out
on.
of jail and going through to the semi-finals.
Indeed, he is. I mean, what a turnaround this is. But back
180.
comes Chaz Barstow. Anything you can do?
60.
Both saying now they're both not giving a tosh about the situation and going at it. They're into the game now.
140.
Just to go back to those 6 darts from Jake McMillan, I mean, a 9-darter is a rare occurrence in darts.
125.
Going out in 6 darts with 350 points, that's as rare as hen's teeth. You are so unlikely to see that. Savor it. Oh, you've got it.
60.
Rare as hen's teeth and that golden goose egg. You're exactly right.
99. Chaz, you require 121.
However, might make no difference to his prospects at all because he's fair way behind against
57.
the darts. And Barstow has not looked overly convincing since the latter part
60.
of that Darren Johnson
Chaz, you
game. It's
require
almost as if that
64.
last leg, even though he won it, playing on his mind a little bit. He's only going to have one go at a double.
Game
One is
shot on
all
the
that he
third
needs,
leg.
and Chaz Barstow
Barstow.
is also in the semi-finals now. Jake McMillan will be sent packing after this
Fourth leg,
game.
it's Jake to throw first.
At least he's got a souvenir, if you like, to take with him.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that although it hasn't done well, gone well for him tonight, and that was a lovely 350, by the way, with the 6 darts. He's got to find some positives from tonight so that he can go on and take it on as a learning experience. Because he was great the first part of the week. And maybe he would feel that maybe he'd have been better going into one of the other groups after, in hindsight.
140. $100. $42. Jake, you require 121. 57.
139 then for Chaz Barstow. One of the toughest checkouts in darts. Just got to
59.
go all the way around
Jake,
the
you require
board.
64.
Look to some of our Dutch counters, they would have never left 139
48.
because of that reason.
Chaz, you require 80.
They count from 310 out. They really do.
$40. Jake, you require 16. Game shot on the fourth flag, Jake McMillan.
Jake McMillan finds double 8. Goes 3-1 up.
Fifth leg,
Barstow
it's Chaz to throw
will
first.
be hoping to
Game
top the
on.
group.
$40. $99.
You want to top the group because that gives you the darts in the semi-final. It's quite important
119.
to be top of the group.
$58.
Yeah, if you if he loses this leg, he'll finish second behind Darren Johnson.
180.
If Barstow and Johnson end up on the same legs difference, Barstow has beaten Johnson, so the head-to-head record will be in Barstow's favour.
60.
Eight left, so going down for treble 16.
122.
Hits it right in the bottom corner. That was a penalty.
60.
That's exactly where you'd have
Charge
wanted
require 40.
Just over the crossbar.
Game shot
That's
on the
straight
fifth
in,
leg.
though.
Chaz Barstow.
Chaz Barstow gets another leg on the board.
Sixth leg, it's Jake to throw first. Game on.
You know, we obviously need to be impartial as commentators, but I feel really sorry for Jake McMillan if he
81.
left here this evening without a point on the board, considering how well he's played in Group A. I mean, the 350 in 6, that's almost worthy of a couple of
140.
points on his own, yet could leave Portsmouth tonight with a big fat 0 next to his name.
84.
Yeah, he could, but it's like I said, he's done enough good things this week, and he's not going to be the first Group A player that we've seen
93.
go out of the first hurdle here at the Super Series on a Saturday night. It's a difficult place to be winning Group A.
134.
Because you can rest on your laurels a bit for a couple of days, and particularly if you're not here, if you've not been here before like he hasn't, you know, you don't know
140.
where to go and what to do, and so it can be a bit of a venture and take your mind off the game a little bit and take your eye off the prize.
50. Judge
But I'm
require
sure that he will be a better
128.
player for this going forward, Jake McMillan, for this experience here at the Super Series. We don't see too many come here, and that be a
63.
disaster for them
Jake
as an
require
experience, and I'm
152.
sure that Jake will take something from it.
Yeah, one prediction I'm going to confidently make is that this
100.
won't be the last we see of
require
Jake McMillan.
65.
He's certainly built up a bit of a profile for himself. 57 left now for Barstow.
25. Jake, you require 52.
And for a 4-2 win for Jake McMillan to end on a positive note. 2 attempts at tops.
12.
Can't find either
Judge,
of
you
them.
require 40.
Barstow has generally favoured tops in his 3 nights here.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
That's exactly
Chaz
why
Barstow.
he used the first start to perfection. His mates like it, he'll like it.
Seventh and
And
final
love
leg.
the fact
It's
that he's
Chaz
got the
to throw
darts to win
first.
4-3.
Game on.
Yeah, he will indeed, and
84.
say it was a special leg that he had to produce to get the one leg he needed to go through, and then once that was hit, we've seen a different Chaz Barstow here.
60.
The tail end of the game.
$46. $134. $59.
Treble will leave a finish.
140.
There's a familiar face. Jacob Taylor, former Champions Week runner-up.
100. Jake, you require 167.
Canadian camaraderie in the crowd. Bullseye for McMillan.
120.
You don't see too many games where a player checks out both 170 and 167. Being a collector's item.
108.
And still goes home. That was the bit that I had to add there. I'm really sorry,
47.
Jake, but yeah, it's rare.
Double 16 then Next door.
31.
Yeah, it was that
Charge
close.
require
The
32.
wince on McMillan's face tells everything you need to know.
Game shot.
Barstow knows that he's going to have the
Barstow.
darts in the semi-finals because he's won successive games. But a real good show of solidarity and respect from Barstow to McMillan, because Captain Canada produced a moment of absolute genius. 180 followed by a 170 checkout. But the most important thing is that Barstow won by 4 legs to 3. He has topped Group 1. He will have the darts in the semi-final. Coming up next, we have got the last group fixture. Johan Engström needs to get a victory. He's up against Leonard Gates.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Chaz Barstow get the better of Jake McMillan in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. So McMillan is eliminated in the group stages, but did give us a parting gift of a big fish finish, though. And there's a lot for him to take as far as positives are concerned, the Canada captain. And hopefully we'll see him back here very soon, because we saw some very good stuff from him this week. Right, into our final game of the pool stages. And Leonard Gates needs just 3 legs to qualify his way through to the semi-finals from 10 o'clock. A 4-2 victory against Martin Thomas means that just 3 legs would mean that he'd have 2 points and +1, the golden recipe that you need to get into the semi-final. So that means Johan Engström has got to win this game by 4 legs to 2 or better if he is to make it into the final 4 from 10 p.m. this evening. And only one this week, both players took on the fabled Bullseye Challenge, and this is how the pair got on.
My name is Johan Engström, and this is a bullet challenge.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Johan Engström, a Swedish international, the home of IKEA. In fact, he put the dartboard up today. He put the A into B, the B into C, and at the end was left with 4 screws. Go figure.
See him in the bullseye there as well, something you'll probably remember from the 2012 World Masters when you were smashing you up, weren't you, Glenn?
Yes, this is the man who cannot find a bullseye here. Even I could beat this guy who looks like a block of cheese today, you've just said, Matt.
Yeah, the back of his shirt there looks a bit of Edam.
Well, it looks more like an F1 driver. That amount of sponsors there. I'm hoping that's a restaurant on the pocket there, but if this is the way he's going to play today, come on, sort yourself out, Johan. It's the centre of the board.
I don't think it's just the centre of the board he's got the problem with here. I don't think he realised this is against the clock. He's taking his time.
Can I go next? Can I go next, everybody? I've been dreading this moment. Come on, Johan, this time. Centre of the board, not treble 20. Even Ibrahimovic would do better than this.
Why do you want to go next? Is it 1 ball and 125? That's twice the amount that you'll hit.
No score with the final visit. Johan Engstrom scores 3.
Hi, this is Leonard Gates, the soldier, and this is my bullseye challenge.
He's got soul, and he is the soldier. It's Leonard Gates, the man who's been dominating the seniors tour, but can he dominate the middle of the bullseye, the middle of the dartboard?
For the remainder of the bullseye challenge, we're going to do this in an American accent.
2.
Crikey, it's more Australian.
Cracky, what's all that about? I've been practicing my American accent all night, but he's found the bullseye all of a sudden.
Is that what you call American accent?
Any fun facts about Leonard Gates?
He's very good at darts.
Yes! 6. Get in there, the soldier! 5 bullseyes on the trot. Soft tip, going all serious for a second, because this is a wonderful attempt. One of the best single bullseye hitters in the world because of his soft tip experience. This is a fantastic effort from the soldier. The man to beat in the World Seniors. Is he the man to beat at Lakeside?
An interesting fact here, he's actually walking backwards from collecting the darts. Will we see a moonwalk?
And that's time. Leonard Gates scores 22.
Well, I'm sure Johan Engstrom is glad that he doesn't have to do that again. Leonard Gates played bullseye challenges all the time. He'd probably be the world's richest man. How good was that from the soldier? But now we are back to business. And the permutations for this game are similar to the last one. Jake McMillan needed to win by 4 legs to 0. The same can be said for Johan Engstrom. It's an even more difficult task than Henry alluded to. It has to be a 4-0 success for the Swede if he's to have any chance of reaching the semi-finals. Leonard Gates just needs to get any victory he can, just needs 1 leg on the board. But he'll be hoping to get the win, which would guarantee top spot against in the semi-finals, with Martin Thomas currently at the top of the table. Big ask for Johan Engstrom, Scott, and the way that Leonard Gates has been playing, you would almost think it's a forlorn task.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Johan is not just going uphill. He needs some rope and tackle to get up there. It's that steep a hill. He's going to... Here we go. Leonard Gates looks to be throwing with ease at the moment. Absolute ease.
Almost with as much ease as he made the bullseye challenge look. He got 22 points. How many did you get?
100.
Just the 9, but I'm not built for speed. And I found it very difficult. So I ran. And then I found it even more difficult after 100. I ran. Because everybody in the back room was roaring with laughter and I could hear them at the board after my first run. Yeah, so it was... we had a very jovial group last week and yeah, we've come out of it and made good buddies. So
36.
the Super Series sometimes isn't always about the darts. It's about getting to know your rivals and your opponents and finding about them as people as well.
We can put an asterisk next to your name and say it was the crew's fault at the end of the day.
81.
Yeah, I could do, but
44.
yeah, I couldn't have walked backward like Leonard. I'd have tripped over the hockey or something. It'd been far worse.
This would be pretty good from Engstrom. Couldn't follow the first start.
96.
Leonard Gates has a chance to tidy up on tops after missing the big 11 with the 1-2-1.
Game shot on the
14
first leg.
data to start
Gates.
things for Leonard Gates. did come in to this evening as the bookies' favourite, 13-5. Odds will have short.
Second leg,
Johan
it's Leonard
Engstrom
to
was
throw first.
5-1 to start the
Game
evening
on.
with. I mean, I don't know what sort of numbers you could get on him picking up the $5 now. Well, he can't do it because he's lost the first leg.
100.
Playing for a bit of pride now. I want to be going home with something. Like you say, just to bounce off of, just to bounce back from.
60. $121.
Finals night is cutthroat. Although it's still a league system, it's still over the same amount of legs. It feels very different as a player. It feels very cutthroat and a lot shorter.
99.
There's no sort of margin for error. You've really got to get it right and be playing your best stuff for 4 games in a row. And if you do lose one, you need to lose it 4-3 and make sure that you win your next one. And it's just, everybody knows that. We all watch it. These guys have watched it. They've seen the scenarios. So that's what brings a little bit of pressure to it when you actually come to do it yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the games you win, if you look at the result and think it was 4-3, you think, oh, job's not quite done yet. You've got to get a good win in your second match. But Leonard Gates is playing a very nerveless fashion now. Playing for pride, as you mentioned, Scott, is Johan Engstrom,
82.
but Leonard Gates
Leonard, you require 40.
just has the game at the moment. For a second consecutive 14-dart leg.
On the second leg, Leonard Gates.
How do you like it, Leonard?
Very much getting into his stride here.
Third leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
6 started the evening. Only 4 will continue after this. It's all about timing now and how you're feeling and getting yourself right for that moment.
Well, for Leonard Gates, I think what he might like to do with the pressure now off is
83.
beat his personal best from this week. That was 111.33 against Jan McIntosh in the group stages on Monday. If my calculations are right, he'll have to get a couple of 13 darters or better
100.
in order to get the better of that, having averaged 107 after 2 legs.
100.
Quite funny when you're watching the averages live and you're sat on a 107, you hit a ton and it drops off.
140.
I don't know how many points, and you, as a player, you're going, well, how does that happen?
Yeah, it's not often a ton can lead to a negative outcome on the numbers.
140.
That's more like it from Leonard. Strum, the driving seat here.
$60.
Gates, we were looking to set this up. Will he head to the 18s to take the 8 off?
100.
No. Just going at a
Johan,
ton.
you
Good
require
lad.
116.
It is in, Johan. Tops the target.
96.
Can't
Leonard,
get
you require
leg
78.
on the board.
Tops for Leonard.
58.
Been quite good on that
Johan,
this
you
evening.
require 20.
Not to be. So Johan, chance for a leg here. Moves across, going to try and slide it down the barrel.
No score.
When your luck's out, your luck stays out
Leonard, you require
sometimes.
20.
Not happening for him. That try at tops at the end of the 116 combo was actually his first dart at a double
Shot on the
in the
third
entire
leg.
evening.
Leonard Gates.
And Johan Engstrom is staring the prospect down of losing 8 straight legs on a Saturday.
Fourth leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Could be an unwanted club to join, or he might even be a club that he's the founding member of.
100.
Little lurch there from Johan.
95.
Sign to say that he's not feeling over comfortable up there. I got to be honest, if I was 3-0 down to Leonard Gates, I wouldn't be feeling very comfortable up there either.
140.
It's amazing what pressure can do on finals night, where we supposedly have the 6 best performing players of the week. Could be on our way to a third
58.
whitewash, second of which involves Engstrom on the wrong side of it.
139.
Gates starting to go through the gears now.
140. Leonard, you require 122.
Bullseye for
Shot
Gates,
under
right
that.
in the middle.
Leonard Gates.
He passes another bullseye challenge, and Johan Engstrom can only stand there and applaud. A very disappointing end to the week for the Swede, but he is another player who can depart with his head held high, getting through to this stage of the competition. Leonard Gates, though, another ton plus average for the week, 105.5. Great scoring power. Really good prowess shown on the doubles as well. Leonard Gates, you would argue right now, is the man to beat. Coming up next, we have got the first of the 2 semi-finals.
Very well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the group stage action has been completed. Time to get the thoughts and the assessment of Skydog Mitchell up here on the balcony. And one thing we can say before the break is Leonard Gates has made an almighty statement to the field.
Yeah, he did. I mean, the 4-2 game against Martin Thomas earlier, we were still a little bit, jury was still out. Yeah, he'd come in as kind of favourite, but that was emphatic, really. I know Johan was chasing and probably just got to the point where he was chasing a leg to take something home, but Leonard was having none of it. I mean, 105, brilliant, just brilliant.
Peaking at the right time, potentially?
I would say so. If it was me, I would be very pleased with my work for the evening if I'd just done that. So, yeah, he's in a very happy place down there in the players' room.
Yeah, he's through into the semi-finals, as too is Chaz Barstow. 2 victories for him this evening, and he looks like he's very settled on the stage.
Yeah, actually, and obviously one of those victories, he was from behind, so, and had the pressure of just needing the one leg, and that started to get away from him. And then he just recovered that, and just once that was done, he went and did the game. And I'm sure that he feels very confident going into the semi-final as well.
As for the guys that went out of proceedings, to begin with, Jake McMillan did so well to get through Group A, but maybe just a step too far tonight?
Maybe, but I really feel for him. I really do, because he was so good in Group A to get through that stage. And then to have 2 days off where maybe the continuity of playing maybe Group B or even C sometimes can help you with a run coming into here. You get more of a lie-in this morning. We play in the evening tonight. It's finals night. And you just make sure that you're ready for the game. And unfortunately, he probably has had too long to think about finals night.
And what about poor Johan Enstrom? Qualifies through, he completes the card yesterday and doesn't even win a leg tonight. Feel sorry for him, really.
Well, he'd come in here to cooking on gas, wouldn't he, tonight, after going through the card yesterday? He'd been so confident. But it's always difficult when you come through. He didn't have the start in his first game. And those darts make a massive difference in these short formats. And if you don't get off to a good start straight away, then you can get yourself in all sorts of mind problems. And you're then trying to convince yourself, and you don't ultimately convince yourself.
And sometimes that can be the way. Right, we are in towards the portion now where we've made it into the semi-finals, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, very much so. Although Leonard and Chaz have put a good case for them picking up the trophy tonight, Martin Thomas has been the underdog, and he's just happy to be here still. So will he throw with a freedom that's enough to get him through to the final? Look, we do this every week. I watch it from home. We're never any of the wiser here when you've got 4 left. It really is such a tight thing over such a short format. It's anybody's game.
It really is anybody's game. And last series, it was Jim McEwen's game, and it was Jim McEwen's title. He picked up the £20,000 top prize. He was in action this week. He was eliminated in proceedings as far as Group C was concerned yesterday. But we couldn't have had the champ in the building without having a little bit of a conversation with him. And early on this week, Glenn Durrant, the 3-time world champion, well, it was a champion's conversation when he caught up with Jim McEwen, and we can hear the best bits from that interview now.
The story's fantastic. So I just want to strip it back just a little bit, and I want to go right back to the beginning. Up to the age of about 35, what was darts for you, teenage up to about that age of 35?
A pure hobby. My mum and dad were into darts in a local league, and when I was 15 they started to take me, and I wasn't so much into it. I liked it. They had we live in a small town, about 8,000 people, and they had a small open, and I entered and I won it at 15. I thought that was good, so I joined the local league. But as you say, right up to 35, I played on a Tuesday night, and to be honest, I wasn't really good. I wasn't very good.
You took about a decade off, very reminiscent. I took the age of 19 to 29 off. So you took a few years off, but then came back. The reasons behind that, and what happened to your darts from there?
When you start a family, you know yourself, it's hard. You don't want to be away from them. But even then, I wasn't serious about darts anyway. I just stopped until 2011, 2012. One of my friends asked me to go back to a pub league, and I went. And that same year, he asked me if I wanted to try the Scottish Open. I'd never been to a big Open before. And I went, and the bug just started then.
Incredible. We'll probably cross paths because 2012 Scottish Open was round about the time I started travelling as well. And your first big break?
My first big game was against you in the Isle of Man 4 or 5 years ago, maybe.
Who won that one?
No, we'll not talk about that. It was a quarter final, though. I was so happy to even just to get there and play you on that stage. But I think the year after the England Open pairs, we played you then.
The England Open pairs was something I was going to chat with you about because your partner had been for an operation previously, and his words to me, Glenn, we've reached the final, but I'm with a guy who's got us there by himself. Do you remember that event? Because you were outstanding.
God, yeah, Billy. Yeah, he had a stroke just 2-3 weeks before that. We were on. He was driving down to the Borders for a county game, and I was with him. And he kind of started swerving over the road. I said, he's not been drinking, but it turned out he'd had a stroke. Yeah.
Yeah, incredible. Just listen to your accent there. I've then got to go to representing your country. Playing for Scotland, that must have been a real highlight for you.
At the start, yeah. I'll not lie. I'm not a big fan of the Scottish darts now, for reasons you probably know about. Yeah, but playing for my country, yeah, it was one of my ambitions. And another one was to play at Lakeside. And I've done both.
Yeah, and just touching on the thing with Scotland, is it still very raw because arguably you were the best player in Scotland not to be playing, and it was a shock to us all, I guess, and I think not wearing that shirt, that must hurt.
Yeah, I've never had an answer from the Scottish officials, but I've heard they dropped in a technicality about a county game that overran, and I never got to play my game, so that left me out of my stats.
But going back to the more positives, Lakeside, what a debut.
Oh, I loved it. Honestly, when I was just young and watching Lakeside, it was all I wanted to do, along with playing with Scotland. I tried a few times over the years, and when I got there, I just loved it. We were in the practice room. I was a bag of nerves, but as soon as I got on that stage, I felt so good. I really felt so good.
There was a stage I thought you not only were going to be debut, but you were going to go on and win it. Was the overriding thought of Lakeside of that incredible debut, or was it that defeat that in the end that must have really hurt?
Yeah, it hurt. Absolutely hurt. But my own fault. And Neil started to play better as well. Got to give Neil plaudits for that. Been 3-0 down. A lot of people would have just gave up, but Neil didn't, and he deserved it.
And you certainly didn't give it. You then moved on, Challenge Tour wins as well. You must be really proud of that.
Yeah, 2 Challenge Tour wins, which is so hard, really hard. They gave me a big lift. Didn't do so well the past year. I missed a few events as well, through going to the seniors and stuff like that.
Which takes me on nicely to sort of the next part of things. The MODUS Super Series has been absolutely outstanding. Paul Nicholson was talking last week about the greatest of all time at the MODUS Super Series, and your name's now going to be added to that. You know, previously what you did at Portsmouth and at Southampton and now Portsmouth. You must be really proud of what the MODUS Super Series has done for you as a player and as a person.
Yeah, one of the greats I wouldn't agree with. I'm not the flashiest player, the biggest scorer or whatever, but I dig in. I've got a bit of grit. I don't give up. People don't like playing me, I know that. You know yourself, people don't like playing you because you're so methodical as well. But out over 100 players over a 12-week cycle, being the champion, I'll take that.
And that just moves on nicely to the World Seniors as well. The match play, I thought you were absolutely fantastic. I know in that opening game, it was you played me. I know you weren't at your best there, but I always get through them games and think, maybe it's my time. And then you reach the final and you come up against Leonard Gates, who incredibly is in Group A today. Your thoughts of that final, your thoughts of that week, and playing Leonard also in this Group A campaign?
That whole weekend, playing yourself, and Kevin Painter, who's been up there and done it as well. Neil, I owed Neil one anyway. But Leonard, I started too late against Leonard. If I'd thrown the way I threw halfway through it, I may have stood a better chance. But I absolutely loved it. I love being on that stage.
I'm a big thing about momentum. Look at Luke Humphreys, the Grand Prix, now the Grand Slam of darts. Now you've got your first big one, the MODUS Super Series. It's time to kick on now. I'm really keen to sort of just conclude the interview with, you know, what's happening in 2024. Has this MODUS Super Series given you the opportunity now to go to Q School, or is your priority very much MODUS Super Series and the World Seniors?
I was always going to go to Q School anyway. And if we're not successful, we've got plenty to do. The first Challenge Tour is going to cross over with the first Seniors event, which is a sticky one because I want to concentrate on the Seniors as well. Probably more than the Challenge Tour. But it's the first Challenge Tour. If you get off to a good start, you can get into the Pro Tours through invites. So it's going to be a hard one. But I think my motivation is towards the Seniors.
Very good. Jim McKeown, what an absolute honour to chat with you, and the very, very best of luck this week.
Thanks, Glenn.
From champ to champ, Jim McKeown, the reigning Super Series champ, speaking to Glenn Doan, who actually got himself back in the winners' enclosure on Thursday, winning a tournament on the exhibition circuit. That interview, by the way, in full is available on our YouTube channel, as well as some of the best stuff from Leonard Gates this week too. So do give that a like and subscribe on YouTube. Right, the action gets back underway from 10 o'clock when the semi-finals begin in earnest. But before that, it's time to see the completion of this week's Bullseye Challenges.
Hi, I'm Martin Thomas, and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
Martin Thomas then, the last man to take to the hockey for the MODUS Super Series Bullseye Challenge. Bit of a different prospect for the Welshman because of the way his darts land. They are quite flat in the board. That might not help him. Indeed, it bounces off the flight and onto the floor. But a visit of 2 bullseyes in the first 3 darts suggests that Martin Thomas is in it to win it. However, losing a flight's not going to help you. Come on, Martin. These are valuable seconds you're losing. Straight in at the bullseye once again. Imagine if he takes the title now. So close to 3 bullseyes. We should have given him 150 points had he managed that. Straight back to the hockey. Not quite at the same speed as Chaz Barstow and Joe Croft, but he doesn't need to be. He's so deadly accurate on the bullseye. Yet another one. Losing his rhythm a bit with these drop darts on the floor, and he knows it as well. Can he land above that? That will do in the green bit. But Martin Thomas, a very impressive effort there. And still, Butterfingers Martin Thomas. We should give him that nickname from now on.
Martin Thomas scores 13.
Hi, I'm Darren Johnson, and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
Darren Johnson then, Yorkshire County stalwart, and hopefully blitzer of the bullseye. Certainly always trust a Yorkshireman. Darren Johnson, been playing darts for a long, long time now, along with his good pal Martin Turner, and look at him already go.
4.
Almost perfection. Looking for as many 150s as possible. And you can see with Darren Johnson's shirt paying homage almost to the great Dennis Priestley.
2.
The striped shirt. You know that Dennis was brilliant on the bullseye. Darren looking to emulate him as well. Such a steady player.
2.
Nicknamed DJ. No idea how he came to get that nickname. Yeah, he's going really well.
3.
Number 22 points is the tally to beat, set by Leonard Gates and Cam Crabtree. But time is up. It is 13 in total.
Darren Johnson scores 13.
Good evening and welcome to Portsmouth on a day where two footballing titans drew out a stalemate here at the MODUS Super Series. Somebody has to make it to the top of the table. We've already seen 6 group stage matches come and go this evening. We're into our final 4, and this is what's happened so far this evening. The best of the action being described by Scott Mitchell and Dan McCarthy.
But it's not in, and Johnson on 88 at 2-0 up. Would you bet against him? The answer is yes, I would. Now I've seen that big 5.
Well, you've lost your money there, Scott.
Darren Johnson.
Someone who's got support.
60.
He's doing it for one of his friends who's part of the British Army. He said he's doing it for them. Could he give them a 4-0 whitewash win? Yes, he could. And what a start that is for Darren Johnson, beating Jake McMillan, the Group A winner, by 4 legs to 0. It is a dream start for Johnson, who's looking to take home MODUS Super Series Saturday prize of £5,000. A very good display, both in terms of the scoring and the finishing as well. If you hit 2 out of 3 of your darts at the outer ring, you're in for a very, very good chance of winning. So, Jake McMillan tastes defeat. He's got to come back stronger. Coming up after the break, we have got yesterday's 9-dart hero, the star attraction of the evening, Leonard Gates. He takes on Martin Thomas. Well, the MO for MT will tend to be tops. He's just above the wire on that occasion. Loads of options here. Gates is going to go for tops himself.
Game shot on the second
Gates
leg.
gets tops, gets back level, and it is an excellent response from the soldier in his mind. That can take him out his rhythm, which is great when darts is such a rhythmic sport. But he knows where he's going here. He's going straight at tops, right in the middle of it. Leonard Gates is beginning to put his foot down. It would have led to an easier checkout, but now Leonard Gates has a couple of match darts. He only needs one. And Leonard Gates' evening has got off to a good start. No repeat of the 9-darter against Martin Thomas.
Expectation can stop you as well, your own expectation. Now go for treble 19 here. It's tops for
Game shot on the
Bairstow, and
first
nothing
leg.
wrong with that on the outer ring on that occasion.
That leaves 68, so it has to be 18 and bull, or treble and double 7.
And that's a good miss as well. Really, in that situation, I think he should have gone treble 14 and hit the 2 big singles, which is what he's done.
Shot on the
Get
third
himself
leg.
a dart at the
Darren
bullseye.
Johnson.
Risky to go the ball in that situation.
Even Chaz Barstow saw the funny side of that. I don't think Darren Johnson did. Double 2.
Game shot
Chaz
on the
Barstow
match.
wins the match with a 27-darter. Engstrom's not playing badly. He could come away from this game without a leg. Not on this occasion.
89 left for Thomas. He should go downstairs to the 57 to leave 32. And he's nailed it.
110. Johan, you require 102.
And no way out. But
26.
Engstrom, it's now all about Martin Thomas.
Martin Thomas is through to the semi-finals. A 4-0 thumping. A brilliant recovery.
$180.
I'm going to say it. Are we seeing 350 in 6 darts?
119. Jake, you require 170.
No, because when we went on betting last time, I messed it up, didn't I?
Game shot
You
on the
need to
second
stop
leg.
betting,
Jake
Scott.
McMillan.
350 in 6 darts. That is absolutely sensational. Can't find either
Chaz,
of
you
them.
require 40.
Barstow has generally favoured tops in his 3 nights here.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
That's exactly
Chaz
why
Barstow.
he used the first dart to perfection. You don't see too many games where a player checks out both 170 and 167. Being a collector's item.
108!
And still goes home. That's the bit that I had to add there. I'm really sorry, Jake, but yeah, it's rare.
Double 16 then. Next door.
31.
Yeah, it was that close.
Require
The
32.
wince on McMillan's face tells everything you need to know.
Game shot.
Barstow knows that he's going to have the
Barstow.
darts in the semi-finals because he's won successive games. Leonard Gates has a chance to tidy up on tops after missing the big 11 with the 1-2-1.
Game shot on the
14
first leg.
darter to
Leonard
start
Gates.
things for Leonard Gates.
Leonard, you require 122.
Bullseye for
shot
Gates,
under
right in the middle.
Leonard Gates.
He passes another bullseye challenge, and Johan Engstrom can only stand there and applaud. A very disappointing end to the week.
At the best of the group stage action, Leonard Gates, in fact, David, 105 in that last game against Johan Henson. Joining me here on stage in his, well, customary pink. Had to be pink, didn't it? Scotty Dog Mitchell with me here on stage. And you know what? We've had a really good night, haven't we, so far?
Yeah, we have. And we've watched, unfortunately, a couple of players we thought would do a bit better. Not kind of done it tonight. And unfortunately, one's going home without a leg, which is not what we want to see. But, you know, we've got semi-finals now that look really tasty.
Well, let's have a look and see what we have seen this evening then and just break down the night so far. These are the results then from our group stage matches. 6 games come and gone now. And we saw in Group 1, Darren Johnson get out of the tracks flying, win 4-0, which meant he needed just a solitary leg against Chaz Barstow to go through. He did get that leg, but then lost that game 4-1. Could that possibly, going into his semi-final, have a hangover effect, or will he just put it to the back of his mind?
I believe he put it to the back of his mind. He went into that game needing that one leg to go through. That was all he went to that game for. Yeah, it'd been nice if it had progressed on and go through with a win, but for me, it's all about making these semi-finals straight knockout, different game mentally, so he'll be pleased to be there.
As for Chaz Barstow, he looked really at home on the stage, didn't he, in his 2 group games?
Yeah, he did. When we saw an interview with him earlier this evening, and he said that, you know, he was feeling good. He was feeling confident coming into it. Had a nice little run in on the last couple of days. And again, confidence breeds confidence. And he had another good night already tonight. He'll be ready to go as well in his semi-final.
Most certainly. Then as far as Group 2 is concerned, Leonard Gates has just put down a marker, hasn't he, for the rest of the field, averaging in excess of 105, winning 4-0 against Johan Enstrom. We have seen some great moments from him this week. Is he just brimming again amongst the surface?
Absolutely. Sometimes for players, when they're tipped as the favourite, it does dent their confidence and they feel they have to live up to something. With Leonard, it seems to give him a boost. It seems to make him believe that he is that person. And at that 105 with his last game, well, that just shows he's going into the semi-finals probably on the pace of everybody. But how often do you do 105s twice in a row? That's the question. Can he do it?
We shall see. The other man who made it through was Martin Thomas, the guy who last night thought that he was not going to be here. He thought he beat James Richardson and he was going home. Well, he's now into the semi-finals. He could play the best free-roll card we have seen here at the Super Series.
Absolutely, and he opened up against Leonard Gates as well this evening. So he opened up against the toughest person against the darts, and he's still got his way through. He said at the start of the evening it was a nice little run for him. He could relax, he could enjoy the evening. And so far, getting to the semi-finals, that's exactly what he's done, and he's played that way too.
He most certainly has. Right, let's show you the tables then and see how the semi-finals are going to break down. Because Chaz Barstow won Group 1. He's going to take on Martin Thomas in the first semi. And Leonard Gates, the winner of Group 2, takes on Darren Johnson, the runner-up of Group 1. And you look at the way the semi-finals are held, especially this first one between Chaz and Martin, that advantage of throw could be so pivotal.
It could be so pivotal, and it's also... it can be a pressure if you allow it to be. It depends what mindset you're having before you go to that game. If you've got the throw, you can be up here saying, I desperately got to hold this first leg, and you can throw it away. So you've got to come up here relaxed and just believing in what you've already done this evening and hold that first leg.
And our first semi-final feels a little bit like a throwback fixture. We talk so much about how the Super Series is moving forward, but Chaz Barstow and Martin Thomas have an important role to play in the development of the Super Series. They were one of the first stalwarts of Southampton when the competition was being set up back in 2021. So perhaps it's quite fitting that we see them play in a big semi-final this evening in front of a crowd team in Portsmouth. And if you want to be here on a Saturday night, this is what you've got to do. It's England versus Wales. It's semi-final number 1 here at the Super Series as Chaz Barstow takes on Martin Thomas. The victor will move themselves into the final and a chance of the £5,000 top prize and a place at Champions Week. In the commentary box describing all the action alongside Scott Mitchell, it's a very good evening to Dan McCarthy.
Good evening, Henry. Good evening, everyone. Just joining us. The time for faffing about with league tables and leg difference and head-to-head records now come to an end. It is straight knockout in these 2 semi-finals before 2 of these fine Arrowsmiths will face off for £5,000 and a place at Champions Week. Chaz Barstow, one of the 2 players alongside Leonard Gates, who won both of his group games, starting off with a 4-1 success against Darren Johnson, following that with a 4-3 win against the Group A winner, Jake McMillan. He's a player who's tried his hand on this stage a number of times, won plenty in Southampton. Since the MODUS Super Series has moved across the south coast of Portsmouth, victory has eluded him. Martin Thomas is looking to be the latest spoiler for Chaz Barstow. Scott Mitchell alongside me in the commentary position. And Scott, we've been impressed with what we've seen from Chaz Barstow, but Martin Thomas, the slightly less heralded name, has put on one of 2 ton-plus averages we've seen this evening. So a close game is in store, perhaps.
Yeah, it could very well be. Like we said there, Martin is playing with a free roll, a free hand. Nobody's expecting anything from him except himself. So if he can keep that in tow, I'm sure that he can come here and go toe-to-toe with anybody. He has the disadvantage of not having the darts in the semi-final, and I've had that up here on this stage, and that made life very difficult.
Yeah, because you know for a fact that you have to break the throw at some point in order to win, and in a best-of-7 leg contest, you only get a few opportunities to do that. And it's not going to help if you suffer 2 bounce outs like that.
Absolutely, and that's an opportunity there, because Barstow left himself on a bogey on 169, and with Martin Thomas sat there on 301, he'd have been thinking 140, 140, and that was 2 of the most genuine bounce outs I've ever seen on this type of board in all my years.
97.
Yeah, the first one was unfortunate enough, but the second one, Martin Thomas must be looking at the board and thinking what it's made of, what his darts are made of. Means that Barstow is under very little pressure for this 72.
52.
Oh, that caught the second dart wildly there. Almost took it into the treble.
That's the second dart where it was, though. It had to have been going pretty low.
85. Chaz, you require 20.
Double 10 for Chaz Barstow. Take the lead.
Game
And he
shot on the
gets it.
first leg.
17
Chaz
dart.
Barstow.
Hold of throw for the man from Winchester.
And he nearly dipped his toe in there.
Second
He
leg, it's
thought the
Martin
first
to
one
throw
was in. It
first.
was that tight.
Game on.
Yeah, it did offer a marker for the second dart, and Barstow used it really well.
100.
Players already suffering with bounce outs and deflections. Get the feeling
54.
that one of these players, whoever goes on a wins, is going to have to go through the mill to earn their spot in the final against either Leonard Gates or Darren Johnson. That second semi-final
45.
will be coming up after this.
These
47.
really can be tense times, these early legs. Semi-final, it's a big thing. You know, it was a big thing for me when I made a semi-final back,
55.
you know, probably a couple of months ago now. And I went down in the semi-final to Andy. And he went on and won the evening. Andy Bolton. So
80.
it's quite tough mentally because it's the first time you know if you lose, you're going home.
85.
Yeah, they're not going to get another chance after this. But both players
60.
to be in this situation had to do pretty well in the games that they've had. The third meeting between Chaz Barstow and Martin
59.
Thomas this week. There was a real high-quality game between them on Thursday evening where Barstow averaged 104.5, Thomas 95. It was a 4-2 win for Barstow. On Friday, Martin got his
44.
revenge.
Martin, you require 157.
Opts for a 157.
137.
Slightly went with it there, Martin Thomas, didn't he? Went with the dart, slight body movement there, and a movement back on the hockey. If you tip forward an inch, it
60.
matches at 2 inches at the
Martin, you
board.
require 20.
It's double 10 for Thomas.
Game shot on the second leg. Martin Thomas.
He holds his throw pretty comfortably, I'd say. But he knows he's still got to break
Third leg.
Barstow
It's chance
at
to
some
throw
point.
First. Game on.
The one thing we will see in this match, we'll see the camera pointing at tops and tens quite a lot. We know that Martin Thomas and
96.
Chaz Barstow prefer that route of attack on the doubles.
$30.
He wanted a bit more than that after holding his throw so well. That doesn't bode very well. And there's a 180 from Chaz Barstow. First one of the match.
$45.
4 180s against Jake McMillan in his second group match.
100.
It's impressive if you can get, I'd say, over 3 or 4 180s in a best of 7. Further
85.
evidence that the
Chance to
scoring
require
power for Barstow
125.
is absolutely tip top.
38.
What do you make of the treble 15 shot on 125? Are you a fan of it?
Do you know, I had a long chat with Bobby George about that. I think it depends on what position your
100.
other opposition is in,
Chance to
really.
require 87.
It does kind of make sense.
Great adjustment.
75.
Because obviously it still gives you a chance on 110 at something, but you've still got to hit that big 15. So you go either side, and it's as bad as going for the
96.
bullseye, really.
Chance to require 12.
All of a sudden, Barstow has given himself a very
shot on the
difficult
third
checkout.
leg, Chaz
Well, he
Barstow.
did, and then made it look relatively easy.
Starting to get like me now, Dan. Don't predict anything here tonight. Don't do it.
Fourth
Don't bet
leg,
on
it's
nothing.
Martin
Don't do
to
it.
throw first.
Yeah, Darren
Game
Johnson
on.
and Jake McMillan have made you eat your words already this evening. Chaz Barstow making me eat mine.
$60. 140.
Thought I was going to be another 180 coming in there for Barstow. Got a couple of friends in this evening. Supporting him.
140.
What a lovely looking bunch they are.
46.
I might walk back to my car with them later so I feel safe.
95.
I think I'll be very nice to them if I see them.
96.
Don't take any risks.
The big visit for Thomas here.
100.
He's heading downstairs.
139. Martin, you require 106.
Yeah, you'd prefer 80 to 79.
58. Chaz, you require 80.
You think Barstow will get a dart at this? He's going to get 2.
Game shot on the
He
fourth
needed them
leg.
both.
Chaz
Tracks it
Barstow.
with the second one, and that's a tidy breaker throw.
And if
Fifth
you're
leg,
Martin
it's
Thomas,
Chaz to
it's one of
throw
those
first.
annoying legs where
Game on.
it's the last dart in hand. And I can imagine they're very, very frustrating to lose.
Yeah, very much so. Stood behind, and you think, and particularly if they missed with,
93.
so far with the first one. Although Chaz didn't miss by far that one, but you just think, you know, you've got to find all your character now. And talking of character,
135.
here comes the little Welshman. He's back in there. Unlucky not to be a 180.
180.
Barstow Army hold their placards up.
95. 41.
Oh, still a glimmer of hope for Martin Thomas. 41 following the 180, but he needs a treble here.
100.
He was going down at the treble 19 to try and get
54.
3 of them. Would have left double 8s.
$57.
You have to say
Chaz,
those
you
on those
require
top wire for Martin Thomas. That
133.
was unfortunate for him there. Perfectly thrown darts. Millimetres away. That's 54 left now for Barstow, and he will leave
93.
tops for the match.
Martin, you require 114.
Has to go, you feel. This isn't going to go. I think he felt the first dart was a good
78.
marker and he would have left
Chaz, you
double
require
17.
40.
Lesser spotted double 17. Is the much utilised tops and 10s for Barstow. Chaz Barstow
shot
is
and
a
the match.
MODUS
Chaz
Super Series
Barstow.
finalist. Local lad looking to win first prize. Wasn't his best performance of the week, but Martin Thomas didn't offer enough resistance. That crucial break of throw for him to go 3-1 up made all the difference. Barstow is through to the final, checking out 1 in every 3 darts. The average will probably have to go up, so will the checkout percentage. But who cares for the moment? Barstow is through. He's going to face the winner of our next semi-final. That is coming up in a few moments' time. Leonard Gates takes to the stage once again against Darren Johnson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw Chaz Barstow get the better of Martin Thomas by 4-1, booking his spot into the final in around about half an hour's time. Leonard Gates and Darren Johnson will be towing the hockey in around about 5 minutes' time. Let's head down to commentary and to Dan McCarthy and to Scott Mitchell to preview this semi-final. And Leonard Gates really did set a statement out, didn't he, Scott, in that second group game? And he'll be hoping to continue in that imperious form here.
Yeah, he definitely did, and he sort of kind of scared his opponents a little bit. You know, it's been the biggest average of the evening, and if you want them to be thinking about you, that's exactly what you need to do.
And for Darren Johnson, Dan, we saw yesterday in Group C, when it came to the clutch, that's when he came up with his best stuff.
Yeah, he certainly did. I think his moment of the tournament so far was that 1-6-7 finish in his final match. He found those big finishes when he needed, and he took advantage of an off-colour Jake McMillan in the first game. It was a very solid performance, but I do get the sense he will have to raise his game in order to beat Leonard Gates.
We saw with Chaz Barstow in that first semi-final, 33% on the finishing, and it feels like this is the type of semi-final where those mid-range shots, those 1-2-1s, those 1-4-1, Scott, could be so crucial.
I think even down as low as the 76s and the 80s, I think, you know, those have got to be taken in one dart if anybody's going to get near Leonard this evening.
Right, chats, thank you very much for now. Chaz Barstow waiting in the final, 4-1 victory against Martin Thomas. Has secured his place in his second finale, but who is he going to face? It's Gates against Johnson in semi-final 2. Is the Soldier going to make a second final here at the Super Series? He lost out to Owen Bates back in February. Whilst for Darren Johnson, he's looking to make it through to the big occasion and looking to make it through to Champions Week for the first time. It's our second semi-final, and it's going to be watched by Scott Mitchell and Dan McCarthy.
Thank you, Henry. Leonard Gates, the main man here in Portsmouth this week, and he's played like a main man as well. 9-dart finish last evening against Martin Thomas. Already been viewed thousands and thousands of times across social media platforms. In truth, I think it was always likely that the one player out of the 12 this week who was going to hit a 9-darter would be Leonard Gates. It has a real seniors vibe about it, this game. We've seen the success that Leonard has had on the circuit as well. Darren Johnson, handy player still at the ripe old age of 57. The old boys can certainly do it. And I've got another old boy next to me in Scott Mitchell.
Hasn't taken you long to get familiar, has it, Dan? Yeah, thanks very much
100.
for that. Yeah, you know, these are my fellow senior tour members, and yeah, I think it's great that they're both in a semi-final, and good for the World Seniors Tour as well. We do talk about players going from here and off to U School and Challenge Tour and Development Tours and all that, but they also go for the World Dart Seniors as well, so it's good for us too.
Well, it's one of the fantastic things about darts, really, is, you know, unlike most sports, there's almost no
57.
barrier to entry in terms of age. Luke Littler, a 16-year-old kid, has won a couple of these titles, and Darren Johnson, 41 years his senior, could scoop one as well. If you're good enough, doesn't matter how old you are.
No, absolutely, and it's one of those sports where, you know, you can have 20p in your back pocket or 200 grand. It makes no difference. Once you put your foot to that hockey with those 3 pointy things, we're all on the same boat.
140.
And I love that. There's no net, there's no goalie, there's no another 10 players trying to stop you get there. It's just you and your bottle, and I think that's what makes this sport very unique. Probably this in snooker.
45.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that. Loose last start from Leonard Gates. Now, with any other player, 119 would be viewed as a tricky outshot, but Leonard Gates around this
45.
range has been very good this week. We saw him win the last game with a 1-2-2 finish against Johan Engstrom. Got 62 left, so it will be 12 or treble. Or I should say, should be 12 or treble. He does the right thing.
94.
We saw his bullseye challenge earlier and how good he was. So, yeah, we know why he keeps leaving that bullseye. Darren Johnson on a bogey, and that last dart had a big deflection into the fire. That left him on 159.
Leonard, you require
59, the
25.
minimum requirement to give him a 2-darter, but is he going to get back?
Just in the single 9.
17.
Early chances
Darren, you
spurned
require
for
100.
Leonard Gates. What a chance now for Darren Johnson.
Game shot on the first leg. Darren
And taken,
Johnson.
and a bit of a fist punch there from the old boy. Yeah, he's up for this, big time. Bit of
Second
ghost throwing
leg,
in the
it's Darren to
background
throw
there.
first.
I love a bit of
Game
ghost
on.
throwing in the background. I love that.
I always associate that with Paul Lim. Every time he's stood where Leonard Gates is, you can see him almost not even facing the hockey, standing side on, so you can see the proper
100.
motion of the arm.
You know, that ghost throwing is not just for Paul Lim. You know, there's a couple of young lads that do it. Cam Crabtree and Owen Bates do a little bit of it as well. They're those young fellas are picking it up from the old boys.
Well, they're two peas in a pod, aren't they? They're going to copy each other all the time.
139.
Yeah, they do like a mention on here, them two. And they played each other a few months ago. I think they've only just finished cuddling.
108.
Leonard Gates will want to cuddle everyone in sight if he hits another 9-darter.
What a way it'd be to break the throw back, wouldn't it? Wow.
59. Leonard, you require 141.
Same MO, 141. It's on. Treble 19 for double 12. Oh, so close to 2 in 2 nights from Leonard Gates. That would have been one of the biggest stories this stage has ever produced.
Now, as a dart player here, I'm going to now talk with my dart playing head on. He's got to be careful here that this doesn't affect him.
43.
I know Johnson's not
Leonard,
close,
you require 24.
but he mustn't let missing that affect him.
Game shot on the second leg. Leonard Gates.
Just right in the top corner. It's a 10-dart leg for Leonard Gates. Most normal people would be
Third
now
leg,
trying
it's
to
Leonard to
scrape
throw
themselves
first.
off the ceiling
Game on.
to calm themselves down. But Leonard doesn't seem that sort. Darren Johnson, what can he do? I thought, here we go again then when he hit the first
100.
one. What can you do? Darren Johnson, nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, he is such a bubbly character off the hockey, Leonard Gates, and whenever
96.
he's speaking in front of camera, he shows bundles of energy and personality. So, you know, on that basis, you'd almost think he's someone that might lose his head if he misses a 9-darter and let it affect him. But that was pure concentration.
It's pure concentration. He's one of those that you know, everybody says, you know, I'm in the business of playing darts.
59.
And that is exactly sums Leonard Gates up all over. He doesn't do anything silly out in the back room or whatever. His whole focus and mindset is about
100.
doing everything off the board to make sure that when you're on the board, they're doing the stuff that he does.
100.
I know we're only a couple of legs in, but he's on that 104.92, and I did stay at the top of the show. Can you do two 105s
140.
back to back? And maybe he can.
Well, the way Leonard Gates threw the third dart suggested that he'd
62.
fallen out a
Leonard
little bit with
requires
double 12. He
61.
could have left himself 21.
Game shot on the third leg. Leonard Gates.
Tidies up 61. Leonard Gates establishes an advantage now.
Fourth leg. It's Darren to throw first.
And I've got to say, I
Game
think
on.
the bulk of this game is going to be about Leonard Gates and what he produces. Darren Johnson is going to steadily coast along.
96.
I think it's going to be down to what Leonard Gates produces, whether throws magnificent darts like he did on the 9-dart attempt, or whether they just start to go awry and the counting starts to go awry.
108.
Could well do. He's on the 180 again, Leonard Gates. But, I mean, for me, Darren Johnson hit that lovely ton shot. Give it a bit of a celebration.
60.
And maybe Leonard Gates then thought, that's the Darren Johnson that's coming to the party. I'm going to have to do something about that. He's not at it again.
108.
Yes, he is.
It's laughable at this stage.
$100. Leonard, you require 140.
Okay, then. Here we go again.
Boo.
Only 6. Rubbish.
100.
Wow. I'm just getting so used to him having to go at a 9-darter every other leg as well.
140. Leonard, you require 41.
Well, he's hit a 10 darter already. 11 will do just nicely.
25. Darren, you require 105.
How can Darren Johnson repeat what he did before? He's on for it. It's tops again.
85.
Oh, a little fraction
Leonard,
quicker,
you
wasn't he,
require
with that last
16.
dart? He was keen to get in there.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Double
Leonard
4
Gates.
is pinned. Leonard Gates is 1 leg away from a meeting with Chaz Barstow. And he's
5th leg,
averaging
it's
that
Leonard to throw
105 mark
Game on.
right about now. There you can see 4 180s in 4 legs. It is simply world class.
100.
But Darren Johnson's not out of this, you know. Look at those distance in those averages between them, around 20 points.
100.
But it still could have been at 2-2. And I wonder how Leonard would have been feeling at that point. He's been throwing the kitchen sink at Darren Johnson, and
100.
Darren Johnson would have still been there at 2-2. These are the fine margins that we come across in darts regularly with every game.
35.
Darren Johnson starting to berate himself now. Leonard Gates is surely going to have a clear run to try and win this 5th leg.
100. 81. 180.
Just for a change, 180, number 5 for Leonard Gates.
62. Leonard, you require
He's made this
21.
semi-final look easy. Can he make this potentially awkward 21 look easy? He certainly
Game
can.
shot on the match.
Leonard Gates
Leonard
books his
Gates.
place in the final here in Portsmouth. He was at it once again. 8 darts into a 9, and then he decided to treat us to 6 perfect darts a few legs later. Darren Johnson walked into a Leonard Gates crossfire there. An average of 105.5. No wonder he's getting the fist bumps from all the fans in attendance. 4 out of 11 on the checkouts. 5 180s from Leonard Gates. Darren Johnson departs, but ultimately there was simply nothing he could do about it. What a final we have got in prospect. It is coming up very shortly between Chaz Barstow and Leonard Gates.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the semi-finals have been completed and a final is set. It's Leonard Gates against Chaz Barstow for £5,000 and a place at Champions Week in February. Scott Mitchell's been watching all the action down in the commentary box, and look, there's only one place to start. Leonard Gates, we said, can he back up the 105 average of last time? You said it was difficult. Not if you're Leonard Gates.
Well, to be honest, he dropped off to 105, if we're totally honest there. I was, yeah, eating my own socks in the commentary box there. What a game, you know, brilliant.
Well, here we are. He nearly did it again. Treble 20, treble 20, treble 20, 180. And you're thinking, no way can he do this again.
You're thinking, am I in a time warp here? Am I dreaming? Are we on another night again?
If this is someone like Michael Van Gerwen or Luke Humphries, who'll be praising them to the high heel. This is, of course, Leonard Gates without a tour card, 3 times seniors TV channel. This is the sort of stuff that the guys right at the very top would be happy with. Yeah, more than happy. They would be, you know, if they did it in twice in a week or got close to it twice in a week, they'd be happy. So this is amazing from Leonard. And then here we go, the moment we're waiting for, the 141. Gates steps up. Can he do it again? The treble 20, yes. The treble 19, yes. Do you want me to do it or not? Boo! As he misses the double 12. He did pin the double 12 the next time of asking, and it was a 10. But he's playing at the sort of levels this week. I think the only comparison maybe would be Darryl Pilgrim back in August when he hit the 122, the 118 back-to-back. This is almost generational stuff for the Super Series here from Leonard Gates. And it's what we're coming to grow to love, and it's the way that this place works. It is built to play great darts, and we're seeing great darts in this venue. He's come in, and to do 205s back-to-back is enough, but then to start he went 6 again in another leg for another. It's just nothing to talk about. You just don't see it every day. If Wayne Marler was here, he wouldn't be able to spake, let's put it that way. But he's got to take on Chaz Barstow in the final, who I think if it was for any other week, we'd be saying, you know, what a fantastic week that he's had. That some of the things that he's done tonight has been magnificent. But he'll know that he's got one hell of a task in the final. But we know what Chaz can do in these races. Look, Chaz is more than capable of 100 averages. Can he do them while Leonard is doing them? If he does them, does he need to do 100 averages? We just do not know at this particular moment in time. Can Leonard really do 305s in a row? I know we're going to find out in the not too distant future. Both players have made finals but haven't won finals before. Does that come into the psyche, or does Leonard's experience of winning elsewhere come into it? No, I think both players will just go into it knowing that, yeah, it's lovely to be in a final. I think they've got to be relaxed. They're both playing okay. You know, Chaz is happy with the way he's playing. He did kind of a clinical job on Martin Thomas, really. So he'll be happy with the way that he came into it. He'll just be hoping that Leonard drops off of that 105, because he knows if he does that, he can get him. You know, we've been talking all week about Leonard Gates' Bullseye Challenge. Only one game of the week do we bull up. That's the final. Chaz has won it. Really? Yeah. And how many times has Leonard gone for the ball? Anyway, yes, great. You know, that's a, you know, I don't think Leonard's one that worries about the ball. I think if he loses the ball, I think his mentality is to just go and win the first leg and have it straight back. So, look, I would be in Chaz's boots. I'd be really happy to win that ball. That would, for me, if I was in that room and Leonard playing like he is, I would be really pleased to win that ball. Well, let's round up what we've seen this evening then, tonight. These are the results from what we've seen. So it started off at around about 7:30. Darren Johnson, 4-0 victory against Jake McMillan. We saw 6 group games and just confirmation there. The 2 group winners will meet in the final. Chaz Barstow getting the better of Martin Thomas by 4 legs to 1, and Leonard Gates beating Darren Johnson by the same score. And we're going to talk about the final in a little bit more detail in just a second. But early on this week, well, Jim McEwen, the reigning champion, was in action. He got knocked out in Group C on Friday. But early on in the week, he caught up with Glenn Dunn for a bit of a champ-on-champ chat.
The story's fantastic, so I just want to strip it back just a little bit, and I want to go right back to the beginning. Up to the age of about 35, what was darts for you, age, you know, teenage, up to about that age of 35?
A pure hobby. My mum and dad were into darts in a local league, and when I was 15, they started to take me. And I wasn't so much into it. I liked it. They had we live in a small town, about 8,000 people. They had a small open, and I entered and I won it at 15. I thought that was good, so I joined the local league. But as you say, right up to 35, I played on a Tuesday night, and to be honest, I wasn't really good. I wasn't very good.
You took about a decade off, very reminiscent. I took the age of 19 to 29 off. So you took a few years off, but then came back. The reasons behind that, and what happened to your darts from there?
When you start a family, you know yourself it's hard. You don't want to be away from them. But even then, I wasn't serious about darts anyway. I just stopped until 2011, 2012. One of my friends asked me to go back to a pub league, and I went. And that same year, he asked me if I wanted to try the Scottish Open. I'd never been to a big Open before, and I went, and the bug just started then.
Incredible. We'll probably have crossed paths because 2012 Scottish Open was round about the time I started travelling as well. And your first big break?
My first big game was against you in the Isle of Man. 4 or 5 years ago, maybe.
Who won that one?
No, we'll not talk about that. It was a quarter final, though. I was so happy to even just to get there and play you on that stage. But I think the year after the England Open pairs, we played you then.
The England Open pairs was something I was going to chat with you about because your partner had been for an operation previously, and his words to me, Glenn, we've reached the final, but I'm with a guy who's got us there by himself. Do you remember that event? Because you were outstanding.
God, yeah, Billy. Yeah, he had a stroke just 2-3 weeks before that. We were on. He was driving down to the Borders for a county game, and I was with him. And he kind of started swerving over the road. I said, he's not been drinking, but it turned out he'd had a stroke. Yeah.
Yeah, incredible. Just listen to your accent there. I've then got to go to representing your country. Playing for Scotland, that must have been a real highlight for you.
At the start, yeah. I'll not lie. I'm not a big fan of the Scottish darts now, for reasons you probably know about. Yeah, but playing for my country, yeah, it was one of my ambitions. And another one was to play at Lakeside. And I've done both.
Yeah, and just touching on the thing with Scotland, is it still very raw because arguably you were the best player in Scotland not to be playing, and it was a shock to us all, I guess, and I think not wearing that shirt, that must hurt.
Yeah, I've never had an answer from the Scottish officials, but I've heard they dropped in a technicality about a county game that overran, and I never got to play my game, so that left me out of my stats.
But going back to the more positives, Lakeside, what a debut.
Oh, I loved it. Honestly, when I was just young and watching Lakeside, it was all I wanted to do, along with playing with Scotland. I tried a few times over the years, and when I got there, I just loved it. We were in the practice room. I was a bag of nerves, but as soon as I got on that stage, I felt so good. I really felt so good.
There was a stage I thought you not only were going to be debut, but you were going to go on and win it. Was the overriding thought of Lakeside of that incredible debut, or was it that defeat that in the end that must have really hurt?
Yeah, it hurt. Absolutely hurt. But my own fault. And Neil started to play better as well. Got to give Neil plaudits for that. Been 3-0 down. A lot of people would have just gave up, but Neil didn't, and he deserved it.
And you certainly didn't give it. You then moved on, challenged tour wins as well. You must be really proud of that.
Yeah, 2 challenge tour wins, which are so hard, really hard. They gave me a big lift. Didn't do so well the past year. I missed a few events as well, through going to the seniors and stuff like that.
Which takes me on nicely to sort of the next part of things. The MODUS Super Series has been absolutely outstanding. Paul Nicholson was talking last week about the greatest of all time at the MODUS Super Series, and your name's now going to be added to that. You know, previously what you did at Portsmouth and at Southampton and now Portsmouth. You must be really proud of what the MODUS Super Series has done for you as a player and as a person.
Yeah, one of the greats I wouldn't agree with. I'm not the flashiest player, the biggest scorer or whatever, but I dig in. I've got a bit of grit. I don't give up. People don't like playing me, I know that. You know yourself, people don't like playing you because you're so methodical as well. But out of over 100 players over a 12-week cycle, being the champion, I'll take that.
And that just moves on nicely to the World Seniors as well. The match play, I thought you were absolutely fantastic. I know in that opening game, it was you played me. I know you weren't at your best there, but I always get through them games and think, maybe it's my time. And then you reach the final and you come up against Leonard Gates, who incredibly is in Group A today. Your thoughts of that final, your thoughts of that week, and playing Leonard also in this Group A campaign?
That whole weekend, playing yourself, and Kevin Painter, who's been up there and done it as well. Neil, I owed Neil one anyway. But Leonard, I started too late against Leonard. If I'd thrown the way I threw halfway through it, I might have stood a better chance. But I absolutely loved it. I love being on that stage.
I'm a big thing about momentum. Look at Luke Humphreys, the Grand Prix, now the Grand Slam of darts. Now you've got your first big one, the MODUS Super Series. It's time to kick on now. I'm really keen to sort of just conclude the interview with, what's happening in 2024. Has this MODUS Super Series given you the opportunity now to go to Q School, or is your priority very much MODUS Super Series and the World Seniors?
I was always going to go to Q School anyway. And if we're not successful, we've got plenty to do. The first Challenge Tour is going to cross over with the first Seniors event, which is a sticky one because I want to concentrate on the Seniors as well. Probably more than the Challenge Tour. But it's the first Challenge Tour. If you get off to a good start, you can get into the Pro Tours through invites. So it's going to be a hard one. But I think my motivation is towards the Seniors.
Very good. Jim McKeown, what an absolute honour to chat with you, and the very, very best of luck this week.
Thanks, Con.
Well, to lift the big trophy, first of all, you've got to lift the little trophy there. That's the weekly Winners' Cup that's going to be collected in around about 15 minutes' time. It's Chaz Barstow and Leonard Gates in the final. Scott Mitchell still with me here on stage. Actually, on the PA, during the little advert break that we had there, they were playing Jason Donovan, Too Many Broken Hearts. And there's going to be a broken heart for one, but who is going to have the joy and the ecstasy of the trophy lift?
Yeah, they played that, but there was only one of us could remember it when it was in the charts, which is embarrassing. Yeah, no, exactly. Somebody has to go in broken-hearted. I don't know which one it's going to be. Is Leonard going to keep that pace up? Can Chaz lift his up to take Leonard? I think it's still a tight game. I know on the averages and the numbers say Leonard Gates all over, but there's just something about Chaz here in his own county, just from up the road. He really wants this one.
Leonard playing the second semi-final playing like that, is that an advantage for you because he's just come off stage and come back on hot, whereas maybe if it was the other way round, then he could have had a bit of cool-off time?
No, I think the other way round is better. I would prefer to be in semi-final one and have the time to cool off, let yourself calm down and then build yourself back up. You don't get a lot of time when you're in the second semi-final to do that. So for me, it's an advantage being semi-one.
We'll talk about the final a little bit more detail in just a second, but just a little bit of a preview as to what's happening next week here at the Super Series. We keep that North American flavour going because the former Champions Week runner-up, Jacob Taylor, is going to be back in the house on Monday morning. He's going to be joined by fellow North American Danny Lauby and the big name, the big draws in Group B, where Cam Crabtree is back in action. And, well, you know all too well from the Challenge Tour exploits this year, narrowly missed out on a tour card. It was his good mate Owen Bates that got the tour card in the end, and maybe he comes in here with maybe a little bit of expectation on his shoulders because of the good year he's had.
Yeah, possibly, but I think also that there's a certain amount of pressure of what he wants to achieve for himself. He's a clever young man. He knows how to play the game, and he knows how to come up here and relax and play. It didn't happen for him last time he was here. He will be wanting to put those wrongs right.
One final word about the final then incoming. What is going to be the moments that perhaps decide who picks up the title?
It's very difficult to say. I think that Chaz is going to have to up his scoring just a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit, and hope that Leonard drops off. And then when he gets a chance, not like Darren Johnson did when he missed the dart at tops, he could have still been sat there at 2-2 on an 88 average while Leonard was on 112. So, you've got to take your chances. Whichever player has got to take their chances. You can't mess around now. It's the final. Leave nothing in the practice room.
Leave nothing in the practice room at all. I think we've done enough talking, haven't we, Scott?
Yeah, we're fed up with each other now, aren't we?
Right, you go that way, I'll go that way as well. We're going to get ready for the final. It's Chaz Barstow up against Leonard Gates. Both players looking to pick up their first weekly title here in Portsmouth. Barstow's done it in Southampton. Gates has done it on the telly 3 times this year. Who's going to prevail? Find out now. Here we go then. Time for the final is Chaz Barstow up against Leonard Gates for the £5,000 top prize and a place at Champions Week. Both have been here before and both are looking to pick up the title. Down in Coventry for this one last time, it's Scott Mitchell and Dan McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Henry. What a final we have in prospect. Leonard Gates has been here for 6 days now. Group A participant. It has been a long old slog, but the American has showcased his very best darts in the last couple of days. Chaz Barstow, though, played excellently as well. Group B participant, the man from just up the road. He's looking to win in front of what is a home crowd. Man known as the Prince from Winchester. Played on the big stage before. This will not faze him. Leonard Gates is a man who is seemingly never ever phased. Hit a 9-dart leg last night against Martin Thomas. Very nearly hit 2 of them against Darren Johnson.
First leg, it's
going
chance to
8
throw
darts
first.
and 6 darts into
Game
them
on.
respectively. It is an absolute coin flip of a final. So, Scott Mitchell, I'm going to defer predictions over to you.
Thanks very much. That was very kind of you while I'm
96.
still playing against both of them. Lovely. Yeah, I mean, the numbers say, you know, as an opinion, you'd be very hard pushed to see past Leonard, but I have a disadvantage of knowing Chaz Barstow very well. And I know that the bigger the game, the more he loves it. He concentrates more and he...
100.
I really think this is closer than we can give credit for.
Well, looking at some of the numbers this evening to determine what factors will be in play.
134.
Both players have taken out 12 darts because they've won all 3 of their games. Leonard Gates has done that 26 attempts. That's nearly 1 in 2 on the outer
60.
ring. Chaz Barstow has needed 37 darts on the outer ring. That's kind of been the story of his week so far. Nothing wrong with Barstow's
57.
scoring power. You think of all those attempts that Leonard's had on the 9 darters. They're level pegging with 7 180s apiece from the 3 games. But I think if Chaz Barstow can improve
100.
his clinicality on the outer ring, he's got a big, big chance.
I like those stats, Dan. I think you've got a big future here. Yes, I think, yeah,
83.
absolutely. It's just, it's one of those, it's who makes a mistake at the wrong time and hurts themselves. It could be a case of that.
100. Chaz, you require
I didn't pay Scott to say that, by the way.
No, he didn't. Didn't have any M&Ms in the commentary box.
Level 18 should be the route for Chaz Barstow.
55. Leonard, you require 141.
He'd have liked to have got a bit closer than that, to be fair. Because we know what Leonard's like. Oh, he does like a 141, doesn't he, Leonard?
57.
He just likes the number
Chaz, you
141
require
when he's also got the
76.
number 6 next to him. He's on a 9 darter.
I feel this has to go for Bairstow if he's going to have any chance in this match.
Leonard, you require 84.
Well, first chance is already gone for Chaz Barstow. Leonard Gates may only get one at the bull. Right
Shot
on the
first
button,
leg,
Chaz
Leonard
Barstow
Gates.
won the bull in the practice room. Leonard Gate gets the first leg on the bullseye. A bit of irony
Second
for
leg,
you.
it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't even a mistake from Barstow, really.
140.
Leonard Gates is now in the ascendancy and really has to match the 140.
100.
Owen Bates, the man who broke Leonard Gates' heart the
100.
last time he got to finals night. Just look what he went on to achieve. A tour card from the Challenge Tour.
180.
Last fight back here from Barstow.
41.
Little slip there from Leonard Gates. A break only matters if you can hold straight after.
180.
And Leonard Gates might not be holding.
Second for Barstow. Only had 2 legs. So used to seeing Gates hit the 180s. He's thinking the same now. Here we go again.
180.
Wow.
No
Chance to
surprise
require 41.
whatsoever to see both players go crazy with the 180s.
21.
Barstow misses 2 at
Leonard, you
tops.
require
It's his
40.
favourite double, and it's not serving him well.
Game shot on the second leg. Leonard
He
Gates.
just doesn't make mistakes, Gates, does he? You know, we talk about players being in their purple patch, and it's how
Third
long you
leg,
can
it's
stay
just
in
to
that
throw
purple
first.
patch and playing superbly
on.
well. All the best players in the world, their purple patches seem to last for 18 months, 2 years.
93.
And we've got to say, Leonard Gates has been in that probably now for a good 9 or 10 months, and he's continuing it on.
100.
Remaining in the UK for the foreseeable weeks because he's taking part in the
139.
WDF World Championship at Lakeside. What a huge threat he's going to be in that tournament if he goes and wins here. It'd be a huge threat anyway, but
100.
even more so. Go in full of confidence.
140.
Just taking stock of the scores around him there.
60. Chaz, you require 129. $93.
Nicely tidied there for Barstow, and he's down on 36 after 12. A lesser player wouldn't have handled what's just happened to him in the last 2 legs and do that. That's the Chaz I know about.
100. Chaz, you require 36.
Proving his quality this week, regardless if he wins or loses.
Horrible time to drop a dart. Will it be a good or bad omen?
18. Leonard, you require 141.
That old 141 conundrum for Leonard Gates.
But again, he's not a million miles away from it, is he? It's not a
60.
badly thrown dart. He's
Chaz, you require 18.
Double 4. Chaz Barstow
14.
still cannot find a double.
Leonard,
He
you
has had
require
8
81.
opportunities. He has wasted them all. It is 2 from 2 for Leonard Gates. And it may be another one on the bullseye.
56.
Well, I think if that had gone in, Chaz may as well have just handed Leonard the trophy himself.
Big moments.
Game shot on the third leg. Chaz Barstow.
Hopefully that will cut them down a little.
Well, when speaking
flag,
to
it's Leonard
Chaz
to throw
Barstow at the
first.
start of play this evening,
Game
he
on.
said to me that he's always confident with his scoring power, just needs to tighten up on the doubles, and it doesn't look like he's listened
60.
to his own advice.
We all know about it. Bobby George has drummed it into every dart player's head. Doubles for
31.
dough. And he was not wrong.
Yeah, I almost think every darts player should have it tattooed on themselves somewhere. It really is an old adage that
100.
that makes a lot of sense.
To be fair, there's probably a fair few that have some point along the line on a holiday to Ibiza in the dart team.
140.
Probably 8 of them at once. Yeah, I'm selling the wrong picture there now.
No names come to mind.
No.
100. 93.
There's a problem dart for Barstow, that one under the treble 20, because of the angle of the dart and the flight. Has to move out.
100.
Whereas Leonard just soldiers on. And he leaves the 141 again.
134. Leonard, you require 141.
Almost as if the scoreboard graphic's broken. Why is it still on 141? Well, he's on it again. Not going to go.
100.
Ease it up
Chaz, you
well.
require 103.
This could be huge. Tops for Barstow.
63.
So close once again.
Leonard, you require 41.
Once again, he's got there first.
$25. Chaz, you
I
require
think we could hear the
40.
yelp from Leonard Gates right in our commentary box.
Got to fill your boots in these
Getting shot on
moments,
the
and
fourth
fill your
leg.
boots he
Chaz
does.
Barstow.
Barstow brings it back to 2-2 with a break of throw of his own.
Fifth leg, it's Chaz to throw first.
Don't worry that it was a 17
Game on.
dart leg. He will just worry that the digits on the scoreboard are now making better viewing than they were just 10 minutes ago.
140.
Well, this final is mirroring the statistical picture. Chaz Barstow and Leonard Gates, both of them we know are very big scorers. But Leonard Gates has been far more clinical with the doubles.
140.
If only Barstow, you know, he's 2 on 13 now. Hey, that was 2 in 5. He probably could have won all 4 legs. He probably
78.
could have been a champion right now.
Yeah. But what would be more worrying
60.
for Chaz is if he wasn't getting the chances. You're not playing well enough to get the chances. That's probably more worrying than getting the chances than missing them.
57. $45.
First start for Leonard Gates. He's going well above the treble 20, quite a lot now.
And I feel he chose the treble a bit too much there, and he was going at a cross angle across his darts, and it was just a recipe for
47.
disaster. And there's a problem. There's a mistake from Barstow there. Got a little greedy going for the treble, and it's the 7.
100.
Gates somehow picks out the treble 20 there to leave himself on a finish.
28.
It's a
Leonard, you
disaster
require
again for
156.
Barstow.
So inviting.
120.
Double 18
Chaz, you require
proves trickier.
151.
This would be one of the best jackouts we'll have ever seen at the MODUS Super Series. And it's on.
137.
Good pressure all the
Leonard, you
same.
require 36.
He wouldn't have been worried about what double he left. He just wanted to leave a double.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Leonard Gates breaks back. He has the darts. 501 points away from immortality at the MODUS Super Series.
Sixth leg. It's Leonard to throw first. Game on. $100. $96.
Fine margins are the difference here, and we've just seen it again there. Treble one with the first start for Gates, and now we've got Chaz
38.
spraying them a little. One big score here from Leonard Gates, and you'd like start to think could all be over bar the shouting.
100.
Few times now where he's come up dry with the first two darts, then somehow gets to a treble.
100.
Opposite tons, Leonard getting one with the third dart in hand. Barstow starting in the treble.
They always feel worse when you hit them with the first treble because obviously you've still got 2 in your hand and you're thinking 140 minimum. And when you only come up with a ton, it's disappointing. Whereas if you hit it with the last dart, you're kind of relieved and it's a different thought. And Gates leaves himself on a bogey 163.
Yeah, I think on this occasion we can give him the benefit of the doubt. It was just a slip into the fives.
87.
Prime position now.
59. Leonard, you require 76.
76 for the title.
Tops. 56.
One match dart has come and gone. The baby fish now for Chaz Barstow.
Got to be straight with the first one. Got to be straight.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Monster check out. What a check out from Chaz Barstow. And now winning the ball in the practice room.
Seventh and final
might
leg.
come
It's
to his
just
aid.
to throw first. Game on.
It may well do. It's a one-leg shootout.
59.
Time to be brave. Time to believe. All the practice and all the time you've put in the game. Now to believe it.
60. $85.
And again, he will feel that because of that first treble 20 that was beautiful, that he needed to feel that in a little more. And
85.
I think both are feeling the tension.
Familiar territory for Leonard Gates.
93.
He lost in a last leg decider to Owen Bates. It could be deja vu. Both players chipping away at the scoreline. Leonard does a little bit more there.
Doesn't turn the throw, but he makes it essential that Bairstow hits something. Oh, what a timing. What timing from Chaz Barstow.
One of the most important words in darts, timing.
100.
He could have
Chaz,
timed
you
this
require
to perfection.
84.
Double 12.
60.
2 match darts have gone.
Leonard, you require
Both players have had them
121.
now.
So Gates, is he going to get... Oh, he didn't concentrate on staying straight.
41.
And those last 2 darts were
Chaz, you
thrown in
require
frustration.
24.
It's double 12 for Barstow.
Leonard Gates has deflated.
Shot.
It is the
And the MODUS
local
Super
boy,
Series Week 3
Dungood,
champion,
as Chaz Barstow scoops
Barstow.
the MODUS Super Series title. Time after time after time, he has arrived here in Portsmouth, hoping to win on his own patch, and he has done. He was the king of Southampton, and since the MODUS Super Series has come a few miles down the road, he's been here numerous times, and Barstow finally has picked up the £5,000 prize pot. You could not separate those players. Look at the averages, absolutely identical. Barstow was profligate in the early stages, but the checkouts that he picked out later on, 130 and then the 180 in the last leg, Leonard Gates will feel absolutely heartbroken. Chaz Barstow has won by 4 legs to 3.
Dan, thank you very much. Chaz, we've been waiting a little while to have this conversation up here at the end of a Saturday night. Many congratulations. Weekly winner here at the Super Series. Just so up how you feel right now.
I'm absolutely over the moon. I was kind of dead and buried there. London gave me a little bit of a chance and I took out a 130 at the right time, but so happy to win here, yeah. It's absolutely brilliant.
It was a game full of fine margins, and that 130, that felt like almost like a career 130 to a certain extent.
Yeah, I knew I needed to win it. If I don't hit that, I'm done. That's it. So, yeah, I'm so happy to do that, yeah.
And then from that 130, you go into the last leg. Are you thinking, because Leonard's obviously sat there for the match, has had an opportunity to come and go, you're thinking, right, I've had my opportunity, I had my scare, and now I've got to go and attack this last leg?
I tried to do that, but I didn't quite do that. And Leonard sort of came back at me. I knew it was going to be a nervy last leg, but I'm just so happy to get over the line, honestly. I'm so happy.
We've spoken so many times with you about what you've done in Southampton. Did you feel like at some point you've got to get that win in Portsmouth, so we don't keep talking about Chaz Barstow, that great player in Southampton? Chaz Barstow, he could do it on this stage as well.
He's never won here. He's never won. Yeah, I know. It felt a bit like that, and I'm just so happy to get over the line here. I was so good in Southampton, and it was almost like a different venue, but I've done it. I've done it.
You've achieved it, you've conquered it, and many congratulations for doing it. And, well, you know what time it is now. You know all too well what time it is. It's time for you to get your hands on that. I'm going to take that mic off you, and I'm going to let you have your moment. He's wasting no time, is he? Ladies and gentlemen, your champion for the week is Chaz Barstow. He's a happy man. He's a happy man, and he's into Champions Week. Into Champions Week for the second time in the MODUS Super Series. Well, Chaz, we'll let you go. Many congratulations. We'll let you celebrate with a trophy down with you.
I might have a drink in there, Henry. I might have a drink.
Just quickly before we let you go, just quick chat about your fans. What are they, the Barmy Army, the Barstow Army?
The Barstow Army, yeah. The Chandler's Ford lads from, yeah. I play darts with a few of them. Brilliant lads. Always support me. So, yeah, it's great to see them here.
Well, Chaz, many congratulations. We'll let you go. Many congratulations this week. We're going to bring on stage Scott Mitchell to get his final thoughts and assessment of the week. Well, Scott, we were talking all evening about how small moments can dictate games. Leonard Gates missed a match dart when he was 3-2 up. Chaz Barstow takes out the 130. Boy, could we be talking about a different outcome.
We could have been, but also we've got to look back at those first couple of legs. We were sat in there and he was 2-0 down and he got there first on all 3 legs and he sat there at 2-1. To come back from that, to do the 130, to hit the 180 at the right time in that last leg, just superb. And I'm, so chuffed for him. But we knew it was going to be tight. We knew that Leonard was going to have to stay on that game, and it's always hard. He's done 2-ton averages on the trot. He'd been playing brilliant. How do you keep that up? How do you mentally keep that up? And unfortunately for Leonard, he didn't quite manage that in the final.
The averages in the final were exactly identical, 87.05, but it was those small moments, those small margins that went Chaz's way in those last couple of legs.
There's people at home that have played in finals in their local league or whatever. Those last leg deciders are so hard to win. No matter what you do, they're nervy. You can convince yourself that the nerves are you stopping yourself, but the bottom line is you have to go up there and do it. You have to overcome them, and that's what Chaz did tonight.
And now making it through the championship. And he's in a really unique position because he's going to be one of the very few players that can ever do this. win a week at Southampton and qualify for Super Series Champions Week here, and then win a Portsmouth week here and get through to Champions Week. It just shows the prolific nature of him in this competition.
Absolutely, and to be able to sleep in his own bed each night that he plays here. So, you know, that's an advantage also.
Most certainly is. As for Leonard Gates, well, he travelled all the way over from America. We're going to see him at the WDF World Championship in a couple of weeks, and it could have been oh so different, but my word, did he give us some great entertainment and some exhilarating darts this week.
Absolutely. That last game just came a little bit too late for him, didn't it? If they'd have been the couple of games before, we were looking who could get actually near him the way that he'd been playing. It wasn't Leonard's day. It wasn't his evening. He'll come back again, I'm sure, one day, and we'll see him back on this stage trying to emulate what he's done this week with that 9-darter.
Had fun tonight?
Absolutely loved it.
Well, the good news is we're going to have Scott back with us next week as well. So we look forward to having you back then, and we'll see you bright and early Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. And it's going to be another week which is going to be dominated by North American representation. Jacob Taylor, the former Champions Week runner-up, is going to be in action, and it's going to be fast and furious as Danny Lauby takes to the stage as well. But as far as week 3 is concerned here at the Super Series, well, Chaz is the champion. Barstow was the best. We'll see you on Monday.